So, Hände auf lautlos über die Breite.
Welcome, everybody. It's really great to see you all here today at the Project A Knowledge Conference 2023. And I want to start with the motto, beyond the obvious. What a stupid motto for a conference. That makes absolutely no sense. We know that if you want to be smart, well, you have to learn. If you want to be healthy, you have to eat your vegetables, you have to do sports. If somebody promised you something else, I would be very skeptic about that. If you want to earn a lot of money, if you want to get really rich, most likely you will have to work a lot and get your hands dirty. And that's just how it is. And still in 2022, we were silly enough to have as a conference motto, beyond the obvious. And I feel a little bit sorry for that. And we got a lot of comments on that from all the speakers last year. Rightfully so. This year, we spent a lot of money on a new motto and a new design to come up with something fundamentally new. This year, the motto is the obvious. And that is what we want to talk about today. Before we get into that, PackOn23 is the hashtag, and you're kindly not only allowed but requested to take a lot of photos, videos, and post on the social media of your choice. And I hope you enjoy that. So what is it about the obvious, and why don't we more often do what's obvious? Well, if we look at companies that we work with, sometimes it feels as if we don't see the forest for the trees. The things are obvious, but something makes us not do stuff. Some couple of obvious things that we see a lot in our industry. Product market fit. Companies don't have product market fit, but somehow they still spend a lot of money on marketing, and they try to push it, and they wonder why the companies are, why customers are not buying their product, but they don't fix that. They try to push it. Sales. A lot of companies come to the point where they see that their product just doesn't sell itself. You actually need somebody to do that. You might need a CRM, you might need actual people to do sales, you might need a process, might need revenue operations, etc. And I don't know, they don't want to do that because they just imagined it in a different way. Funding, big topic of the last years, like after the big party was over and when every company was getting funding easily all the time. But at some point, it became really crucial to make sure that you always have the money to run your operations. But then you have all your operations and there's so much to do, and you probably here and there forget that you need funding. Diversity, very interesting topic in the context of the obvious, because I thought we had agreed that diversity is something that we need for a lot of reasons, but one aspect here is clearly that it makes companies more successful. And here we are in a crisis, and you would be surprised how often we see that companies say, oh, this is a luxury. This is something that we can do when we have the time, the money, blah, blah, blah. But when things get really rough, diversity comes second. But it's not. It's an obvious aspect of making a company successful. Brand. Big aspect of, or a big part of what startups are in our times is B2B companies. So here you are, you're a startup, nobody knows you, your solution is not proven, you didn't sell it yet to I don't know how many companies, so you don't have all the legacy and all the reference cases and all that, and you try to convince companies to buy your solution. Right? And the buyer is in a big risk, right? They buy something that nobody has bought before. And you might, you don't need to spend millions, but you need to think about your brand, how do you position yourselves. Seems obvious. Surprising how many companies are actually not doing that. Understand your data. Similar to diversity, seems that when things get rough, a lot of companies treat that as a luxury, but it's just not. You will need to understand your data in order to be successful. And AI, that's actually, in my opinion, the funniest of it all, is that in 2023, still a lot of people, a lot of companies, as obvious as it is, seem to believe they can do without it, sneak around. And an interesting, understandable, but interesting aspect here is that it's very often people who are the most affected by AI, who should actually embrace it and work with it, are the most pushing back on that. And it's probably out of a certain level of fear because they believe that, well, it might kill their job. But it probably will kill their job if they don't embrace it and start to work with it. There's a second aspect to why the obvious is not picked up easily, in my opinion. And that is, we have this idea that things sometimes have to be complicated. They have to be beyond the obvious in order to be really true and valuable. And the question is, isn't it more important for success to keep things really simple or simple stupid? The KISS principle. There's this saying that probably some of us have heard before. For every complex problem, there is a solution that is simple, neat, and wrong. And that puts a lot of skepticism to everything that is just too simple. But then there are those who just go for the very simple, for the very obvious. And they're very successful with that. Tabloids, right? And if you go for these very simple, in-the-face messages that everybody understands, as wrong as they might be, that can give you success. You might even be able to make people believe in werewolves. I'm not saying this is a positive example. What I'm saying is that might help with the success. Might be a bad thing. But I believe there are also positive examples. I don't know how many of you are old enough to know how search engines looked before Google came and just made it simple. But it was really like all over the place with complicated catalogs to drill down, and you had to search on the search engine in order to find what you were actually searching for. And then those folks came and just made it very simple and obvious. I mean, you're searching for something, here's your field, enter your, and there you go. And that doesn't mean that it's a super simple solution or that there's nothing in it and that there's no value. But for the customer, it's simple and obvious. So my recommendation here is, if you build products, make them so obvious that my mom would understand. That is my mom. Her name is Gisela. She's 80-something years old. And she's really smart, but she's also very old. And she is not a digital native. So she's probably watching the session now on YouTube. So hi, Mom. But I very often do the test with her when I'm testing something, like this very presentation. I'm testing it with her. And that doesn't mean that you don't take your audience or your customers serious, that you don't solve a problem. I think the most complex problems can be made simple for your customer or for your audience, and then it should actually work. And if you struggle with that, that might be an indication that your solution is not yet where it could or should be. A third aspect why we are not going for the obvious might be that sometimes we just don't want to see it. We're sitting there and everything's just fine, right? And there are just certain beliefs that we just want to have. Dependency on Russian energy. I mean, for how long did we have that? And yeah, we'll be okay somehow. Obviously a bad idea. Dependency on Chinese supply chain, bad idea. Dependency on semiconductors from outside Europe, from countries you don't know how stable, how long they will be, and no matter if you like them or not, but you know, it's not good to have such a dependency. Bad idea. Dependency on military protection by whoever in the world. Bad idea. Dependency on fossil fuels. Bad idea. All these ideas are obviously bad, but still we are sitting there. I mean, now it has a little bit started, but for a long time we're sitting there, we're just like living with it and just thought, we'll be fine. Because we always believe there will be some way out, there will be something, some magic solution, some silver bullet, we will just, you know, develop something that will get us easily out and then everything will be okay. But it's just not. We have to address these topics. That's why today we will talk about a few obvious things. We will talk a lot about ESG, about resilience tech, about automation, diversity, no-code, a lot about people and compensation, because without people and compensating them in a way that they come and work with us on the solutions for tomorrow, we will not have them. And I mean, we are usually not dealing with businesses and companies where it's all about like a big warehouse with a lot of raw materials or so, but it's more about people building something. And education as a path to the future and building up entrepreneurs of tomorrow. Obviously, AI will be one of the major topics of the day, and you will see a lot of talks on that particular topic. We will start now with the topic people and compensation. And for that, ESOP is a big, big topic. And the first talk here today, the first session, will be the initiative ESOP ASAP. And that, for a change, is a really good idea. And that's why I'm very happy to welcome Christian Miele, General Partner from Headline Ventures, and also the head of the German Startup Association, together with Johannes Janning from WIPOC, one of the partners of Project A Knowledge Conference, partner there, who will together talk about ESOP ASAP. Welcome.
Wow, Christian, great to have you here. Great to be with you. Before we dive into the topic of ESOP ASAP, I want to start a bit more generally. In your position as president of the German Startup Association, you speak quite frequently with politicians about all matters pertaining to the startup community. How is that? Do they understand the startup community in Germany? Do they speak our language?
So first of all, thank you very much, Project A, for hosting this conference. It's great to be on stage here. And yeah, so to answer your question, I think that over the last years, the dialogue has changed to the positive, I would say, which is also due to the efforts of everyone probably in this room. I think for the first time as a startup scene, as the startup community, we have been standing together very closely and voicing our opinions, voicing our demands, and this has significantly improved. So when I look back on like my first weeks and months in this role as the chairman of the Startup Association, I would say it was still a different time. And then today, it's quite, it's quite good. And of course it could be better, and we always want more. But for the moment, I do think that our voices got heard.
And would you say that unity of the community is key, sort of, getting together behind the Startup Association?
It's the number one ingredient, in my opinion, why our work has been successful. Because I think that if we would not stand together as a group, and if we would not join forces, it would be too easy for the politicians to say that these are like really individual requests that are being made here. And if you make the counter argument, by joining forces, by making sure that we tell the politicians the same things, no matter if Uwe Horstmann is sitting at a dinner with the politician, or if I am sitting at a dinner with the politician, or you, and we are saying the same things, then we get hurt. Because I think it creates a lot of authenticity in a way that, we are not asking for stupid things as you had on this chart. Like there was this like good idea. So we had good ideas and we were all saying the same things, and I think this has helped tremendously.
Great. Turning to ESOP ASAP, maybe starting with quite an obvious question or more general question. I mean, you are a partner at Headline, you do a lot of investments in startups. Why are employee incentive schemes so important for startups? And
I mean, as Rainer said during his introduction, and I think that it's great that we are talking about people and compensation first. At the core of everything we do in venture capital or startups, it is about the people. And if we are just making a very blunt and rational analysis of the attractiveness of the German startup ecosystem compared to other startup ecosystems in the world, it is not difficult to find out that Germany is behind other ecosystems in this regard when we are talking ESOP. So when we have identified this, it was crystal clear to us that we need to identify a very clear language and articulate very clearly why we need stock options to incentivize talent from all over the world, but also from Germany, to join a startup and to use ESOP as part of the compensation. So it was just so clear that with this tool, we would enable and unleash a totally different way of looking at talent in this country.
Interesting. So today you're not just in Berlin for the PACON, but you're also here to go to the Finance Caucus of the German Bundestag to speak as an expert in your role as president of the German Startup Association. You had a very successful campaign with ESOP ASAP. Walk us through how we got to today, to sitting in front of the Finance Caucus with legislation on the table. What were the steps you took as an...
So it was it is really like almost a 4-year process now. But if we go back to the beginnings, it was really like a small group of representatives of this startup ecosystem who were sitting together, including probably many people from this room, who argued about the most important things that we need to do. And we came up with this idea that, first of all, let's focus on stock options. Let's make this one of the major topics we want to fight for. And how do we best tackle it? And the idea that we had originally was, maybe we as the Startup Association, we're not important enough and not relevant enough, and maybe our voices are not being heard. So let's join forces with some people where we can certainly claim that we are working together with the best of the best, which is why we have joined forces with the Boston Consulting Group back in the days to work on a great report on the ESOP in the German startup ecosystem. And sorry for saying that, we also work together with Hengeler Müller as a fantastic law firm.
That's fine.
And together with Hengeler and BCG, we made sure that we would have the intellectual foundation of stock options available, so that if we approached politicians, nobody could tell us, hey guys, this is not really bulletproof, but we were bulletproof. And with this, we would start initiating a campaign, as you said, involving many people in this room to post on social media, involve the press, and just increase the pressure. And I think really one of the key ingredients was that a lot of representatives from the startup ecosystem would sit at lunches or dinners or hearings, wherever, and they would say the same things and would really repeat the messages. And if you take this intellectual foundation from 2020 until today, this has led us to really create new laws and make proposals on how we should deal with stock options going forward. And this is why I will be at the hearing later today.
So you mentioned sort of putting pressure on the politics. Was that for you like a first thing, or did you sort of take from business context or experience from other areas? I mean, to me, that's a very interesting point, right? Putting pressure on a politician as a head of the Startup Association and as an ecosystem as a whole. It sounds pretty difficult.
I mean, look, I am not a politician. The only thing that I always, when I'm alone in a room, the only thing I care about is making progress as an ecosystem. That's the only thing that matters to me. And I think I'm in a great position in that regard, because I'm not dependent upon politicians liking me. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to be an asshole on purpose, but I think that over the years we have learned different styles. And I would say, and I've did this like 2 times now. It's like the terms at the Startup Association are 2 years and 2 years. So I'm in my 4th year now, and I would say that in the first half of my of me like running the Startup Association, we've been a lot more aggressive, and we've been proving that we can put pressure on politicians. And yes, the sad truth is a lot of that is related to media. I very well remember a few situations where it wasn't moving fast enough, and then we would call up the ministries and the ministers and said, hey, we need to be faster, this is too slow. And then they will always tell, yeah, we're working on this and we are figuring out the details, but we need to do this and we need to do that. And to be frank, like, I don't care. Like, make sure this gets done. And sometimes we had to create like really noisy and loud campaigns to put pressure on these guys to really execute. And in the second half of my term, I think we have changed the style a little bit because we proved that in case we want to be loud, we can. Like we can create pressure. So if we call you, let's talk. I mean, nobody's interested in creating noise just for the purpose of creating noise. But we want to make progress. So pick up the phone and let's work on this. And I think these two styles, they have advantages and disadvantages. But for now, I'm quite happy and looking forward to see what's going to happen with this Zukunftsfinanzierungsgesetz.
Yeah, you're mentioning the Future Financing Act, which is on the table right now, the government proposal, which is, I think, largely, we can agree on that, considered to be a vast improvement for employee incentive schemes in Germany, especially from a tax perspective. Do you think we're there? Or do you think there's still things to be changed? I mean, you know, today there's a hearing, so there might still be room for change.
So I would say that, you know, either you hit or you don't. And there's a slight risk that this reform is going to end nowhere if there are not like very small technical twists and changes being made. So in one regard, we are almost there, but there's still a risk that this is not going to be successful. So that is why we're putting a ton of pressure to explain to the ministries and to the responsible politicians why we need to make these changes. And I'm very happy to talk about this in a little bit more detail. But I think the overall summary is we've made great advancements, great progress. Like, the campaigns have been highly successful, but now, in order to really make this an amazing reform, there's still like one very small element that we need to fix.
Yeah, I mean, don't want to go too much into detail. What we currently have on the market is, as we all know, virtual employee incentive schemes, ESOPs, which are essentially nothing else than a bonus program, right? I mean, it's wage tax, it's not very tax attractive. What the Future Financing Act changes is actual shares or actual participation in the company can be achieved without dry taxation issues, which sort of was always the underlying problem. Now, if the Future Financing Act comes, what does that mean for cap table? Will we see hundreds of employees now as actual shareholders and exploding cap tables? Or are there other solutions how this will be dealt with?
No, we will not have hundreds of employees in the cap table. I think, and this is something, luckily, which also the ministries understood from the very beginning, that we are talking about compensation here. Mm-hmm. So how is this going to be fixed going forward? There will be one more line item on a cap table, which is going to be the employee entity, and all of the employees will be shareholders of this employee entity, if you wish. And that's as close as it can get to real ownership in these companies. And much more security, much more advantages towards virtual stock option programs, which are today still like 80% of all option programs in Germany.
So it's a pooling vehicle, which I find quite interesting, right? Because, I mean, what we as WIPOC are seeing more and more in the market is growing cap tables, because there's more business angels investing in rounds. So new pooling vehicles started, you know, coming in, trust vehicles. I mean, we've always had sort of voting pools, but I think it will be very interesting also for the cap table dynamic, and might even lead to, you know, cleaner cap tables in the future, which I think is sort of in the interest of everybody, because German corporate governance tends to be quite strenuous.
Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely.
So now that ESOP SAP is hopefully close to an end, and everybody, I think, keeps their thumbs pressed for the hearing today. What's the next big thing? What's the next big thing we have to tackle as a startup community?
I think that there are a few things. I mean, first of all, we will actually now we're working on the succession in the Startup Association. So I'm not setting the agenda for the next term, but I think that there are a few things where everyone will agree that this is crucial for the success of the startup ecosystem long term. And this is all about like, how can we make sure that Germany is a really attractive place for talent to come here and to join the startup world. Secondly, it's still about financing options, like how can we make sure that there's enough capital available in all stages. In Germany, I would say that this capital crunch is still pretty much in the later stages as of today, and we are very dependent upon foreign forces of capital. Thirdly, it's for sure around competition. I mean, just yesterday, Thierry Breton has again like emphasized the importance of the Digital Services Act, and so there are elements of talent, financing, and competition that probably will still dominate the headlines within the startup scene. And then there are a lot of other important topics that Rainer also had on his chart that we as a startup ecosystem need to take care of long term. But I mean, my personal realization was that you have to focus, and you have to make sure that you don't work on too many things at the same time, but step by step.
Yeah. No, interesting. I mean, you mentioned that you will pass on the baton soon to Verena Pauster. Just very briefly to end the session, what was your highlight during your time?
My personal highlight, and this has never changed since the beginning, was that we as an ecosystem were standing together. I mean, the kind of support that I got from everyone and the honest intention to do something good for our ecosystem as a team, beyond the firms that we are working with, right? That was amazing, and I will be eternally grateful for that. It was just, I think it's very unique. If you think about it, which other industry has done something like that before, where everyone is joining forces and everyone is trying to do something good together? I've very rarely seen something like that, and that will always stay with me. And that was always my greatest motivation when I see that we are all doing this as a team, as friends, and trying to push it forward. So that was kind of flattering in many ways.
Sounds great. So I guess everybody in the audience who's not a member should become a member.
Absolutely.
To support you, right? Well, Christian, thanks a lot for stopping by on such an important day. I think, like I said before, everybody's thumbs are pressed, and I think this is your applause from PackOn 2023 for all that you've done for ESOP ASAP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, both of you. I think you know Uwe, right? Uwe Horstmann. Now on stage with an iconic talk that he is having every year since 1982, I think.
So, yeah.
The ugly, yeah.
Awesome. Welcome, everyone. Really good to see you all. Once again, I have the great...
Say let's wait one more minute. I see more people coming in. All right. Welcome, everybody, also officially from my side. I'm Alena at Project A, and I will be your moderator for the next couple of hours here in Cinema 5. Welcome to the very first session of this cinema today. It will be all about people, or human resources, so the engine, the driver of all of our organizations, obviously. So we will kick it off with a panel discussion or with a talk with 3 of our speakers today. And without further ado, I don't want to steal more time of them. I want to quickly introduce them to you. So we'll have Andrea, our VP Talent Acquisition. Andrea has been with Project A for more than 3 years, sourcing, developing talents for a lot of our portfolio companies. Oh, you're doing, okay. You're sitting down already. Then we have Fabian. Fabian is our Director of HR. Fabian, before Project A, has led several HR functions at other startups in Germany. And last but not least, we have Elise joining us from Spryker. Elise is VP People and Culture at Spryker. And for more than 6 years, she has both created, innovated, and optimized a lot of people and culture processes, not only at Spryker, but also at Auto One or at Otto. So please give it up for the 3 of them and enjoy the talk.
Hi. Hello, thanks for the warm welcome, Alena. Yes, hello, welcome everybody. Elise, Fabian, and me, we'd like to talk today about surfing the HR wave, mastering challenges and riding toward peak efficiency. And we joined here because over the last 2 years, we and many companies have been confronted with massive changes. We can also call it challenges. There had been a transformation, a shift away from very growth or hyper-growth, objective-oriented business, more towards a profitability and efficiency approach. And yeah, as I said, this is a significant transformation, and it impacts a lot of areas in the company, including the workforce. And by overseeing the talent and the employees in this regard, what we do, there is, what I mentioned, one side, this highly efficiency-driven work environment where we are exposed to at the moment. And on the other side, we still have the talent shortage. We have this tight talent market, what we all know about. This is exactly what we would like to address today. We'd like to address today with the question how to attract and manage these employees efficiently in this environment. Yeah, and therefore, I would say let's start. First of all, I would say let's take the word to Elise to give some experience how it went at Spryker.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, talent shortage has also been a very big topic for us, especially during 2020 when we had our hyper-growth phase. And I mean, on top of that, we had multiple challenges at the same time, right? So we started internationalization. So basically, we wanted to expand to the US. So that was a big topic for us. We had very big difficulties in finding the right talent that actually wanted to move to Berlin or to Germany or that was already here and had the right skills. And on top of that, obviously, COVID did the rest, right? So working from home became the new normal, and actually working flexible was something that people just expected. So one of the things that we did to really widen our talent funnel was actually to start hiring people worldwide.
Yeah. I mean, you just mentioned it, and we also did a talent survey in the beginning of the year where what you mentioned, flexibility, was one of the primary reasons why people said they would change a job or would be interested in a new job. So 80% of the people actually mentioned that as their primary reason. So it goes hand in hand here.
Well, I mean, this is also true for our organization, right? So basically what we've seen in our surveys and during discussions also with our talents is that flexibility is the most important benefit when it comes to actually retaining talent long term. And it's not just a buzzword for Gen Z, it's actually also important, I think, for all of us here, right? And for people that are digital nomads or parents or whatsoever, because flexibility obviously offers a way better work-life balance, a healthier mental health state in general. But it also comes with a couple of constraints, because flexibility without trust, for example, won't work, right? Working from anywhere, having the chance to work flexible hours, if you don't trust your employees, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, maybe to sum it up a bit in terms of the global hiring in this process, we would access a wider talent market, of course. There is more flexibility what we can provide to the employees. There are other advantages, like cost advantages in countries with lower wages, access to the market. Important here is still to mention that it adds a lot of complexity, hiring globally, expanding your markets here, and it could also attends the cost perspective. So what I mean here, if you really do global hiring, What we did, and what is crucial, I would say, is monitor your results, your KPIs, your performances, and also include it to the recruiting strategy. For example, what is important here to think about other metrics, implement a global employer branding matrix, measure your awareness all over the countries where your people are employed, not just where you sell your products. Also, having your current metrics you have adjusted to these different regions, to these different countries. We hire, for example, for the UK, and as we know, London region is, the wages are higher, but on the other side, having a look on the freelancer landscape, freelancers in the UK are way cheaper, more than 10%, especially when it comes to the tech freelancer. These are just aspects by talking about global hiring and creating it more attractive for us and gaining more talents. There is another aspect when we talk about expanding the market, it's about the employment of people. Elisa, you employed many people across nations, so do you have some experience to share here?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, talking about costs here, I would definitely also say that hiring and employing people is actually a big cost factor as well, right? And going out and hiring people globally is one thing, but then really making sure that you can actually employ them legally compliant as well, offer them great benefits and stuff is a total different story. So when we started to go out and to actually find talent all over the world, we had to look into how can we actually employ them. And we had two different ways of looking at this. Like the strategic markets that we wanted to go to anyways, like the US, we decided to actually open up a legal entity. But for all the other more opportunistic markets where we just found great talent, we decided it doesn't make sense to have a legal entity, so we started to hire through employers of records. And employers of records at the end of the day are organizations that offer co-employment. And if you want to think about that, I mean, for us, this really worked well, right? In the last 2 years, we actually hired people in over 40 countries worldwide through employers of records, coming from 5 that we had back in 2020. And what you really have to look at is, before deciding if you want to go through employer of records, is this really a country where I want to hire because of like time zone, of like working models? Are my leaders prepared for this? Am I maybe opening unwillingly a legal entity anyhow because I have salespeople there? And what are actually the costs associated? And an employer of record can offer lots of benefits in hiring internationally because you have a very fast go-to-market. You can basically keep compliant and, according to labor law. You will get legal support if that's needed as well. And you can also offer great benefits and great packages in general to employees. On the other hand, it also comes with a couple of cons, right? Because you have way more administrative effort. We have most likely 2 systems that you have to look at. Different benefits for different people in different countries. So equality, big topic. Labor law regulations that you maybe don't know about. For termination cases as well. So I think it's very important to really look into, do you really want to employ through employer of records?
Right, yeah. So what we're seeing a lot is that employer of records really have like really big advantages for you. It has a super high speed to market. It is very simple. It is like the alternative is founding an entity, and contracting an employer of record is just a lot more simple. And essentially we're talking about payroll and contract management, right? And that can be outsourced really effectively. But on the other hand, we have to monitor costs a little bit. With an employer of record, you're paying like a fixed sum per employee in a specific country. So we're seeing a lot of companies who tend to use the speed of market with an employer of record to start a new country and then move to an own entity when they reach like a certain headcount.
Okay, so we let's maybe close this topic a bit, because we have also the other topic of performance culture. So once we formulated, we assembled this international team, it's important to cultivate a strong culture. And in this remote context, it's important to cultivate a performance culture. As Elisa already mentioned, flexibility is very crucial, because we have to provide flexibility in this remote concept. And that means flexibility is built on trust. There needs to be a certain level of trust when we employ people all over the world and we are not seeing them the whole time. But the trust part is here super interesting, because trust means it can't just rely solely on relationships and promises, it needs to be a certain concrete measure behind it, right? There needs to be actions and results linked to that. This is why when we talk about remote culture, often we talk about the performance culture. It's important to understand your organization, to track it on every different level, individual level, team level, organizational level, and how and what to do here, we would like to go into deeper now. We decided, because the topic is very complex, to just tackle on 2-3 different points, but from our perspective are the most relevant ones.
Right. So the big question for us, I assume most of you are working somehow in HR. The big question for us is how can we create a performance culture? Or in other words, how can we foster a culture that supports the business? And I think the answer is very much not so much about values. Values are like aspirations. That's the stuff that we tend to hang on the walls, right? But it's not about what's actually going on in our business. The actual culture is more about like these small decisions that people are making on an everyday basis. So for instance, if your manager is talking bullshit, do you speak up? Like, do you feel free to speak up? And do you care enough to speak up? Or if you're in a given situation, are ethics more important than results? Yeah, these decisions are made like hundreds and thousands on a daily basis by our people, and I think that is the actual culture that we're talking about. Yeah, and to be honest, we don't really have a clue about the decisions that our people are making. It's virtually impossible to control that, and I think nobody should even try to control that. But even more important it is to create an environment for people that makes them want to engage in our culture, that makes them want to participate. Yeah. So going with the conference title, the kind of obvious point here is it's very, very difficult to build a performance culture, but the necessary basis is always a culture of engagement. And that's why it's so important to measure it and to track it.
Absolutely agree. I mean, engagement, and you can actually see it here as well, is the ultimate driver for like lower turnover rates, lower absenteeism rates, but on the other hand, higher productivity and higher profitability. And also we tend to like really measure this on a regular basis. So for example, we send out pulse surveys every 2 weeks to really make sure we get a health check on the organization. And here engagement is actually one of the biggest KPIs for us to look at, right? So we are also measuring the engagement net promoter score. So basically, are people willing to refer your organization as a good one, which is one of the questions, right, that really helps us to see how happy people are with the organization at the moment. And within this pulse survey, we are also looking at different other like aspects of organizational health, like the general happiness factor or satisfaction, the mental health status, team efficiency, leadership satisfaction, and so on and so on.
Right. And the workflow for us is actually super simple. I mean, we know that the direct manager is accountable for about 70% of the ENPS. Yeah, that means we can work with very, very clear accountabilities and with goals. Yeah, so and this stuff is actually business relevant. Right now, we're seeing more and more investors requesting their startups to track that, and we are still having a lot of HR teams who are not getting into gear and starting to measure that stuff and to actively manage it. Yeah. Okay, so here's our next takeaway. It is about performance management relating to the topic performance culture. Our takeaway is that performance reviews should focus on improvement and not just pure assessment. What we want to say is that the final word in a review should not be if somebody is a 4 or a 7, but it should be how can this person get to a 5 or to an 8. Yeah? And we actually can get that done by talking less about results in our performance reviews and more about skills. And that seems super counterintuitive at first, because at the end of the day, everything is about results, right? But it's not about assessing them, it's about improving them. And that's why we have to talk about skills. Improvement happens through skills, not through any skills. If all of you ask yourself, what are the skills that our people in our business need to make us successful, you will all get very, very different answers, because you're working in different companies with different needs. But these answers should be the basis for your performance expectations and for your performance metrics. Yeah? A very good example for a very good performance framework would actually be Spryker, for instance, but more relatable would be Amazon. Amazon said, our competitive advantage is customer satisfaction. So what they are doing is they are rating every employee, how good are you in understanding our customer needs, and how good are you in contributing towards us meeting these needs. And what they are achieving is that everybody in the entire company tries to get really, really good at that. And over time, the company builds competency here. It just gets better over time. To sum this up, in HR, we are pretty much an enablement team. Yeah? Our job is basically to enable others to do their job, and maybe, if we are good, to do it a little bit better. When we're talking about performance culture, about performance management, the critical people are, if we are honest, not really sitting in HR, but that is the leadership team. And that is basically our final takeaway today. Leadership quality really matters.
Yeah, and well, leadership quality starts already in the hiring process, right? You need to assess the right competencies from early on. Going global means, for us, what we adjusted here is hiring people who has experience in the global environment, leading global teams, but also showing a lot of commitment. This leadership buy-in is even more important in this remote context. Further, of course, it's important to have a certain performance or to be experienced in a performance-oriented culture. Are you able to lead a team performance-based, and also are you able to report it accordingly? These are all facts what you can already or should already assess in the beginning of the hiring while assessing or while creating these global leaders.
Yes, right, but then obviously it goes further than that, right? You obviously have to assess this on a regular basis also while people are already in the organization. Because as it's written here as well, people leave leaders, not organizations. So you have to make sure that the quality of the leadership is really, really high and actually stays high, because only very good leaders are able to hire great talent and grow and retain this talent as well. And you can actually, on a regular basis, help your leaders to get better through leadership trainings, mentoring, coaching, helping them to widen their networks as well, and also look into what are actually new leadership skills that we need to train our people, like leading remote teams, for example, or asynchronous work, or intercultural communication, or how to actually be inclusive. So at the end of the day, make sure that your leaders are able to have an inclusive culture, provide great feedback to their people, and actually praise their work as well.
It's, as I mentioned, a huge topic, but with consideration of the time, we would somehow summarize it now and would leave the last 2 minutes for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you to the three of you. Is there one question already from the audience? And maybe during that question, one of you, Andrea or Fabian, could already transition, because we do not have enough microphones here at this stage, and we'll have a second speaker waiting in line. So any question from the audience? Go ahead.
Thank you. You were speaking about the fact that hiring is a very large cost factor, and I was wondering, in an organization like Spryker, for example, how do you track those costs specifically?
Well, we are actually looking at the total cost per hires, right? So we are looking really into what are the benchmarks for the specific position that we are looking at, what are the hiring costs associated with this, do we need hiring managers, do we, not hiring managers, sorry, but do we need headhunters, do we need any additional other support, hiring on platforms and so on, and then we also look into, is this a person that we maybe need to hire somewhere else, through an EOR, for example. So that is something that we would then also take in consideration, also put on top, right? But when we plan, we actually mostly plan with like a budget that is based purely on the salary that we would actually be willing to pay for this person, and then put all the other costs on top to get a better understanding of how we are tracking, right? And then obviously we set a budget for the entire year that we will then track on a regular basis.
Yeah, you also can think about, like, if you, for example, use an external partner, because it maybe does make sense, or in UK external agencies are way cheaper, then you, for example, could also argue, okay, an external support makes sense here, because we maybe need to use 3-4 months now to find this person, and that would cost extra money from our team, And as well, maybe it takes longer, so we couldn't even increase this kind of revenue, what we achieve with this person already in the organization. So it's kind of, you kind of can play a bit around how to argue this towards, towards your management, or if you are management, towards yourself.
All right. Yeah. So my question is to Andrea. So basically, coming back to your point of global hiring. You see, we always hear that there is a great need for talent all over the world, and then there are people who are getting redundant every now and then. So there is still a gap to be filled. I know that the global hiring is one thing that you are targeting, the flexibility and stuff, but how do you think the HR community is going to work towards clearing this gap, which is getting wider and wider, with the passage of time? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's extremely important to make applying as easy as possible and to be visible. So a lot of companies mention, well, we don't get any applications, but where are you? Where do you post your jobs, right? How active are you? Do they know that you're building now a new team and you need Flutter engineers, right? So it's extremely important from our perspective, what works a lot very well, to make testimonials in your team, in your whole organization, to be there and to communicate what are you doing and what are you looking for. And this is something what HR or we as a team can steer a lot and can actually kind of promote a lot. For example, maybe you also want to add something, because I know there is a bit, what is about the timing actually? Because
Mary should have her time as well, so maybe you come to a conclusion.
Okay, would you want to add something here?
Yeah, maybe just as a final word to this as well. I think it's also important not to just to be an attractive employer out there and expect applications to flow in, but actually to do lots of outreach as well and to try to attract talent, and also maybe think about, can I widen my funnel even further by looking into talents that maybe are not 100% what I was looking for, but maybe are potentials that I can actually train and get on board here as well. So that you don't narrow the funnel too much, because we are still in a talent shortage, right? And we have to try to be flexible on this one as well. And I think that there are great people out there that can also learn or are willing to learn and grow in new roles as well.
Especially in these tech roles, for example, right?
Especially, yeah.
Is that question answered? Yeah, good. Thank you to the two of you as well. Give it up for the two of you and for Fabian as well. Thank you. We have been speaking a lot about culture already, and we are going to continue with that, and especially how to future-proof our culture in the next years or decades to come. And for that, we have invited Mary Candice Schindler. She is Head of Learning and Development at Uberall, and for the last 10 years, she has been working with Fortune 100 companies, with NGOs, with tech companies. She has been working with psychology, social change, coaching, and many more. And today she's here to talk about why continuous learning and development is so important to build up your culture and make it future-proof. So welcome, Mary, on stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. Great to see you. So I'm going to be talking today, carrying this a bit forward and talking about our culture. How do we create future-proof cultures? And taking this theme around engagement, retention, and specifically talking about learning and development and how do we do that in the learning and development field. So I'm going to kick us off and share a couple of different images here of art pieces. And as we are looking at these pieces of art, what I'd like to invite you is to think about a question, which is, how do we create something extraordinary? So these are all pieces of art that are created in the Nevada desert in the US at a 80,000 person music festival called Burning Man. And if any of you are familiar, what happens at the festival is that teams put together, teams of volunteers, they build these pieces of art all year round, right? They spend a lot of time, they dedicate their time, their passion, their energy to creating something extraordinary that then at the end of the week usually gets burned in a bit of a process of recognizing that nothing is going to last forever. And so one of the things that I think about as we are looking at these beautiful art pieces that are created is, what does it take to create something like that? What does it take to build a team that would work long nights, that has the vision, the creativity, the passion to put something like this together, and then to know that it's only going to be destroyed at the end of the week? And so this last piece here is what is called the temple. And this is an art piece out there that throughout the week, people are putting different little notes or images of people who have passed away recently. And then at the end of the week, the entire city of 80,000 people watches in silence as the temple burns. So I kick us off to start to think about, what does it take to build something extraordinary? And as you're thinking about your organizations, your companies, what is it going to take? And my answer to this question is, it takes people and it takes culture. So it takes dedicated, passionate, talented individuals that you're bringing into your teams, into your organizations. And then it takes a culture that actually helps them to be high performing, to perform at their best, to bring their best every day, to care so much that they're going to put in those long hours if needed to make something truly extraordinary. One of the most famous management experts, Peter Drucker, liked to say that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And what did he mean by this? Well, he means that we need strategy, but if we have the smartest, best strategy in the world and we don't have a culture that allows us to execute on that strategy, it's going to be very difficult. So how do we build and maintain a culture that supports our strategy to succeed? And this is what I like to think about in my role in learning and development. Because what I'm doing is I'm creating a culture where people are curious. They're curious to learn. And what we're doing is we're creating opportunities for them to be curious about not only their own development, perhaps their own development as leaders or as individuals at the company, but how do we get curious about how our teams could work better together, right? How can we collaborate better together? What would it look like to be a high-performing team? So there's plenty of research out there, and I'm only going to share a couple of things here. But if you're thinking about building your culture, the number one way to improve company culture, according to employees, is to give them opportunities for professional development. I don't believe that anyone shows up at their job every day and thinks, I'm going to put in the least amount of effort, and I actually don't want to do a good job today. Most people show up and they want to give their best. They want to bring their talents and capabilities. They want to create something extraordinary. They're showing up to your organizations because they care about your mission and what you're creating together. And so we need to give them opportunities to grow, to improve, to innovate, to get better. 86% of professionals said that they would actually change jobs if a different company offered them more professional development. This is huge. This is a significant number. So if we're thinking about the retention of our people, keeping them happy and engaged and working on the things that you want them to work on in order for the company to be successful, we have to give them opportunities to grow. And then finally, I'll share that when we're thinking about creating this learning culture, this culture of innovation and growth, there's so many different studies that show that actually the most successful companies and organizations are going to have this learning culture. So these organizations are 92% more likely to develop new products, 52% more productive, 56% more likely to be first to market, 17% more profitable, and their engagement and retention rates are 30 to 50% higher. So this is a very strong case for creating this kind of culture in your organization. And when I think about culture, it's not just the what, but the how. You know, as our previous speakers shared, this is how people do things. It's the decisions we make when no one's looking, right? It's not just how do we execute on the strategy, what are we doing, the results that we're creating, but how do we do that? What are the ethics behind that? So how do we build a learning culture? one of the concepts that I've been sharing recently and thinking about is the culture curve, what I like to call the culture curve. And I see companies do this all the time, right? You start to build your organization, your culture is doing great, people are excited, they're happy to be there, you're on this rocket ship, right? You're growing quite quickly, hopefully. And then you start to grow really fast, and then your culture starts to take a dip. Things become a bit more toxic. Leaders don't know how to handle situations. Things start to become challenging. And this is usually the point in which most companies start to think about their learning and development efforts. And I will say that it's much harder to fix a problem than it is to get ahead of it and create your culture from the beginning. So the best companies actually start before things start to become difficult, right? Before you need your learning. And there's ways that you can do this that actually don't cost additional budget or headcount. And I'm going to talk about that today. So there are many different models for building a learning organization, but I'll just share a couple of things that we're thinking about. Of course, attracting and hiring the best people. What kind of culture are we creating that's going to attract those people? The top talent that you're looking for, they want to work in an organization that challenges them, right? They want to have opportunities to grow. So how do we create that kind of culture of performance? Then retaining your talent, this is going to be how do we spark that curiosity, offer something for everyone. At Uberall, we have, at every level of the organization, we're thinking about their development. So what our senior level leaders need is going to be very different than someone who is an individual contributor and brand new to the organization. So how do we think about different levels of development and growth? We're upskilling our individuals. So again, at all of those levels, how do we identify the core competencies? These could be role specific and role agnostic, the core competencies and skills that are needed in order for your company to be successful. So these are competencies that you decide. These are the most important skills that if everyone was demonstrating these, we would be more likely to be successful as an organization. And then finally, how do we create career development plans and also allow for mobility around the organization? This is one of the ways that we get into that skills framework that we're talking about. So I know I only have a couple of minutes left, but I'm going to invite a little activity here because I wouldn't be a learning and development professional if I didn't do that. So I'm going to invite you to do a little activity. And for the sake of time, what I'm going to say here is that throughout the conference, and actually what I will invite you to do now is just take a look around this room. You're looking at me right now, but I want you to just look around the room. Make eye contact with someone else. Maybe smile at them. Give them a little wave, yeah? So you are surrounded by some incredible people already. And if you take nothing else from today, perhaps look for that curiosity in yourself. Who are you curious to talk to? Who are you curious to walk up to make a conversation with? And see if you can follow that curiosity. Because this sense of creating that curiosity for yourself is one of the best ways to bring into your organization that same kind of curiosity to learn. So it really does start with you. A couple of things that I will leave you with, which are just things that you can do before you have a budget for learning and development, right? You don't have to have a budget or headcount to start to do this in your organization. Number one is listen to your team. So you can ask them questions. Be curious. What do they care about? What do they need? What do they want? Define your values and the behaviors that would be demonstrating those values. Make learning the how. So one of our values at Uberall is grow together. It's a core value that we are growing as an organization all together. Encourage knowledge sharing. So this is something you can share with your team. Books, podcasts, articles. The more that you share knowledge with them, the more they're going to feel curious to learn as well. And they're also going to see that you are someone who values learning. You can allocate time to learn. When I was at my previous organization, LinkedIn, we had 1 day per month called In Day. And this was a day completely dedicated to our personal development and growth. And everyone at the organization did something that day, whether it's a 15-minute quick training or they took the whole day and they went on a long hike with someone and had a conversation. So how do we create that space for people to actually learn? You can create a book or podcast club. Spend time reflecting and learning from your mistakes. This is a great way to encourage a learning culture. And then identify those learning champions and actually help them to bring more of learning to your organization. I'm going to close with this concept. So Buckminster Fuller, if you know who he is, he's an innovator, a philosopher, and he created these amazing domes that actually the Disney Corporation used in many of their theme parks. And he had this concept called a trim tab. And if you don't know what a trim tab is, it's the very small part of the rudder on the bottom of a boat. And when you move the trim tab, it's a very small little piece. It moves the entire ship in a different direction. So if you're thinking about shifting your culture of your organization, try to find those places that might be little trim tabs. They're small things that you can do to shift the culture that's going to make a big impact for the organization. So I'll pause here and ask if there are any questions, and I think I have 2 minutes left. Thank you so much.
I'll help with the microphone. Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, great.
Do you have a concrete example for such a trim tab that you used?
Oh, I love this question. Okay, so I think there's probably many. I would say one of the things that we did recently at Uberall is we've started doing these dojos. And this is a very quick practice session for all of our people leaders to actually practice some of the difficult conversations or skills that we need them to practice. It's really easy to set up and do, and it's made a huge difference because they've been able to connect with each other and also have these conversations in a safe space with other people leaders. So that would be one example, I would say.
Maybe one last question, and then we'll have to move on. I don't see a hand. It's very difficult to see people up here.
Yeah, maybe it's good.
Maybe it's good. Maybe you've explained everything quite well. Thank you then very much, Mary, for your talk.
Thank you
right, let's continue with cinema number 5. Now, from people moving to gaming, I'm very curious to know who of you is a gamer. Hands up. A couple. Who of you is a marketeer? More or less the same, I would say. But who of you is both? Not so much. Okay, then Felix might have quite some insights for you today. So he's actually joining to tell us a little bit more why gaming or why marketeers actually aspire to be the gamers. So Felix is the CEO of Gamified, but before that he has actually led Twitch's award-winning brand partnership studio. He also worked with global advertisers. He is an expert in gaming and in any kind of community engaging workshops. So please give it up for Felix.
Cool. Thank you so much and good morning. How is everyone? Hyped for the conference? Nice. Me as well. Sounds pretty crazy when you say CEO of this company. It's pretty fresh off the press, my own little thing here. So it's crazy to hear it for the first time. Gamified. What is this? It is something I started with a couple of my ex-colleagues. We were running Twitch's creative team in the recent years. And it kind of is following a bit of our passion. So what have we been doing? We've been working with a bunch of global advertisers, local brands, global brands, to help them define their gaming strategy, which I would say, especially in the past 6 years, has become really, really relevant because there's been a huge boost in kind of like the mainstreamness of gaming, and that is something I want to talk to you today about. And at some stage, we decided, hey, we want to be less corporate because Twitch is an Amazon daughter, I would say, and then we were kind of like, let's go focus on the thing we love the most, which is gaming, and help advertisers to really get into this jungle and help them to activate in this environment. So gaming, how you as a gamer can level up your marketing. It's a bit of a weird thesis, but my plan for today is to kind of like make this a bit demystify the whole gaming space and show you what actually similarities there are in gaming, and that you can kind of like just copy and paste and hopefully improve or like level up your advertising experience. I have kind of like 3 pillars. So the first thing is, what is the state of play of gaming overall? What is the gaming audience? It's actually pretty diverse, so really, really interesting. And then lastly, what can we learn from like video games? Why does it attract millions, billions of players globally? And how can you use that for your brand? So first of all, gaming is the largest media audience, and some of you maybe know that, some maybe don't, but it's I think it's a really, really interesting fact, because 4 billion people around the globe state they are playing video games actively. It's a huge number, and especially the mobile gaming space has been a big boost for that in the past years, especially in emerging markets where people now have, smartphones got pretty cheap. Everyone kind of like can access gaming on the smartphone. It's been growing really, really fast. And all the big game publishers like Call of Duty, the IPs have developed mobile game applications now as well. And I think some of you have played Farmville or Candy Crush on the tube as well. So you are, in theory, are a gamer. So it's not about the hardcore gamers anymore. It's more about the engagement lovers. And with that large audience, it also became the largest entertainment industry globally. So it's bigger than film and music combined. So there's a big audience. And then it's very, very pop cultural lifestyle. So gaming today is more than just sitting in the basement. It is really about this collision of gaming and fashion, music, art. It all kind of like comes together. And if you then think about this huge audience who love this gaming experience, you can kind of like, when you're in the space, also reach other target audiences. For example, hip-hop, hip-hop listeners, they might be gamers as well, maybe, but not the other way around. Then it has modern values. So gaming has done a lot for kind of like their community, and it's become a pretty big community that is actually very, very inclusive and welcoming. So we'll learn about that. And then it is time spent. And I think that is also something every marketer wants, that people spend time with their advertising, with their content marketing, that they spend time with their brand. And gamers, they spend nearly 12 hours a week in average playing video games. So if you kind of like appear in this space, maybe you can reach your customers while you struggle on other ends. And then lastly, I think that is also extremely important for the future. 90% of Gen Z state that they are gamers. And we all know the importance about this target audience, especially in the next years, that they will become extremely valuable. So I just mentioned it is the largest audience. Again, 4 billion people around the globe state that, and that is kind of like the gaming market. So I think it's pretty impressive numbers, and everything kind of like counts into that number. Mobile gaming, esports, like the entire industry. So it's pretty huge. And I don't know if any one of you has ever been to an esports tournament, what we see in the background there, but it's crazy how the biggest stadiums in the world are just packed with people watching people play video games. And sounds maybe a bit confusing, but it's actually pretty cool because it's quite easy for you as well to play these games. You can easily relate, right? And then epicenter of today's pop culture. I think that is just 3 examples I brought that really show the dominance of gaming in this space. So one example is Travis Scott, the music artist who did a big gig in Fortnite. It's 3 years old, so I guess everyone has heard about it. But for those who haven't, Fortnite, one of the biggest games in the world, nearly 240 million players monthly play this game, especially from the younger audience. And they essentially launched a new season, meaning the game got an update with a new map and like everything was new. And to make this transition, they had Travis Scott appear in the game at the same time for all players around the world, and he was giving a gig, and you were just jumping around and could listen to the song, and it was just a crazy immersive experience that then kind of like made the world explode and go into this new season of Fortnite. And a crazy marketing stunt from the music industry, because they also try to reach younger customers, right? Then Arcane on Netflix, one of the, I think, biggest shows last year that is kind of like originated from League of Legends, one of the largest game titles in the world. And you can really see that now there's more and more shows, films, series coming up based on video game stories like The Last of Us. So it's really getting into the mainstream popularity. And then lastly, Nike Land, one of my favorite examples. It's especially in the times of metaverse conversations, they just created their own server, their own map experience in Roblox. Also a very big game, similar to Minecraft, where people can explore an open world, play together with their friends, and it's just a big, big community. And they created this, let's say, planet that is full of sports. You can, with your little character, you can play tennis, you can go play basketball, you can do everything, you can chill with your friends, you can check out the latest sneakers, try on the latest fashion wear, and it's just a super cool experience. And what they did, I think, is a pretty smart move to just use an existing player base and not come up with a whole new ecosystem for that. They just created this world in a video game that has more than 100 million players monthly. So it is really dominant in the internet culture, and that, of course, brings a lot of opportunities as well. State of play. So what is gaming? What is the modern face of gaming? First of all, it's all about identity. And we see in this image, it's a Fortnite skin from Balenciaga. Some people are like, okay, why do fashion labels go into gaming? And I think the answer is pretty simple. If you spend more time in-game than you spend time in going out in the real world, especially during COVID times, big topic, fashion labels try to be relevant. And at some point, you just kind of like immerse yourself with this game that you walk around the map, and it's actually pretty cool to wear this outfit. I love playing like Assassin's Creed, which is a bit of a medieval, like Roman Empire, Greek thing, like back in the days, and there's this golden uniform, and I feel so gangster when I walk around the map with this uniform, and it's not even a multiplayer game, it's just computer bots that are on this map, but I feel like a hero. And I think the example on the top right, that is just showing the state of play as well. So back then it was arcade, it was pixel art, it was not really like sexy. And today you can, the PS5, on the latest computers, you can play interactive blockbusters when it comes to the quality. So video games today look like Avatar, back then, and it's or even better, and it's just a cool experience because you can navigate through the story yourself. It's also like, as I mentioned, with smartphones, Pokemon Go, everyone can play outside, and then especially the part about social connections community at the bottom example. Maybe the GIF on the left was the impression a couple of years ago about gamers, and actually now it's shifted a lot more to the right side. It is through Discord and Twitch and YouTube, gaming just became a big community where people engage and like really actually say, I'm a gamer and I'm proud of it. So why do people play games? They play them to escape reality. You had a bad day, it was really stressful, and you just get home and connect with your friends online, and you walk around with your Balenciaga hoodie through Fortnite, and it just feels super cool. It empowers their identity. For a lot of people, I would say also they found a meaning in gaming, and then it's a strong community belonging because essentially you can connect with everyone from around the globe through video games, and it doesn't matter kind of like what region you're in or like what political sidelines you take. It's just something we play together, and that is a strong feeling in this community. And I think that is just something marketers should understand, that there's a very valuable audience who have a big passion about something, and when brands appear in this space, they're actually welcome. So about Gen Z, again, 90% of them state they're gamers. I just wanted to show this number as big as I can because, again, they are at the moment 11 to 26 years old, and if we think like, okay, our future customers in the next 10 years, they might be the ones, the young professionals with a lot of purchasing power. There's many studies that estimate the global income of them in the next years will be nearly a quarter of the global income in itself, just from this one generation. So it does make sense to be tapping into the space where they spend a lot of time at the moment, and as a brand, kind of like build relationships with them. And then I use the term as well, but the gamer term, in my opinion, is a bit outdated. It is not the stereotype anymore. And this model we see here, surprise, she's a gamer. It's Reefed. It's a German streamer. She's one of the largest female streamers, very, very popular. She was born in 2000, so 23 years old, from Gen Z, and she was just a couple of months ago cover story of Vogue Germany, who were really kind of like also talking about this mainstreamness, and I think, again, it's just representing how Gen Z is going. But what are the different audiences when we say gamer term is outdated? It is a bit more diverse now, and I just brought kind of like 3 categories to help you guys understand, okay, if I have a product that's maybe addressing people that have a bit more purchasing power, that may be a bit older, you find these people in gaming as well, but you also find the Gen Z mainstream customers. So let's start with the OGs, the OG gamers that I would consider myself one of them as well. So these are the guys that grew up with video games. So when I was a teenager, I had my first computer. I was playing this really shitty looking Need for Speed, but it was like, it was kind of like the start of an era, and you were part of it. And some people are still in that community, but also, of course, the hardcore gamers, that just really love it, and it's one of the biggest hobbies. Then, with the rise of social media, especially Twitch was a big part of that. There was a new kind of like gaming generation connecting. It's the social media generation. And interestingly, whenever YouTubers posted content about connected to video games, they realized I have higher viewerships and higher clicks than on some other videos. So it's kind of like there was this big phenomenon happening that people were watching this video game content, but no one was really saying it, oh, okay, I play video games. And based on that, a lot of content creators started adding video game content to their schedule. And then when Twitch came along, who originated in gaming, live streaming now is a lot more, it really boosted into mainstream. And now live streaming, live content streaming is a big part of that. So that, I would say, is the social media generation who knows gaming, who's into gaming. And then lastly, we go back to our lovely Gen Z, where I would say it's not only about social media anymore. I think that term is also a bit outdated. but it's really about social gaming. It's this casual connecting with friends online and an, interactive experience. May that be just having a chat on Discord and like chilling while everyone is watching their own show, or playing these really social online multiplayer games together, like Minecraft and Fortnite. But maybe not these knowing everything about the old games like the gaming OGs would. So they're a lot more younger, but just engagement levels. I think that is a really important term today. Engagement is key for the young audience. Just wanted to bring the numbers of Fortnite and Minecraft and Discord. Of course, it's less than the big social networks still, but if you think about, okay, there's a very young audience being the peak audience of these services. Just consider thinking, okay, maybe we can, if Gen Z, or kind of like if that appeals to your product, you should actually have a proper think, because of course these numbers will very likely go up. Right, to sum this up, the audience, so now we had kind of like the relevance, what's the state of play of gaming, and now we went through the different audiences you can appeal to, I would say. It's important to kind of like think, okay, if we want to add gaming to our marketing strategy, not say, okay, gamers are one. Just really have a proper thing. Who are the customers we want to reach with our products or the brand, and then kind of like think, okay, how do you want to go in? And then the OG gamers, maybe, they're a bit more mature. They're very loyal to the influencers. They chill in the communities every day, and they most likely have a higher income. So there's one creator, for example, I think Gronk for German online YouTube users is a name that maybe rings a bell. He was doing a bit of like, hey guys, can you post your Christmas tree in my Discord server? And people were just posting like they have actually big mansions and houses and kids, and it's like, it's just like grown-ups, it's like dads. And then, the Gen Z, they're like, of course the services never tell the truth, but like most of them are like between 8 and 13 years old and just hang out in Minecraft all day. So it's of course a more hype-driven, lower income. And again, like whenever you want to create a gaming strategy, really think who are the audiences we want to address. All right, so gaming and gamification, what is it? And I think in a nutshell, you can say it's all about storytelling. It is entertaining. It is engaging. It is rewarding, and it's very, very strong about community. And if you take a look at these kind of like words and these values as a marketer, I guess it does ring a bell, because modern marketing, connects with a lot of these elements. So that's the worst slide I have today, I promise. I hate a lot of text on them. There's also not a GIF. I also don't like that. But I just wanted to bring along kind of like the narratives that are happening in video games and why they attract customers. And just quickly, kind of like just to tell you this, there's different ways how video games are being created. So first of all, there's this branching narrative. So that is just kind of like you make choices that result in something that you've done. It's kind of like you do something and you go to this point, and it's just like an easy way to guiding the customer, but it always is important that they do something. And I think that is, when you think of creating an online experience for your brand, think of kind of like how can we guide them to kind of like keep them engaged and keep them longer on our service. Dynamic storytelling, give them something back, like rewards. There's just one example I want to mention. At Twitch, we created for last Black Friday, we had the mission to make social commerce, like live shopping, make it cool, make it less teleshopping, because even on TikTok, it's just like teleshopping in a new format. And we were like, okay, how can we use the things that gaming has to make it a bit more attractive? And we created an interactive game, which was very simple. We actually used memory, and all the brands that participated in this Black Friday promotional stream, they had their deals in there, and it was sitting in a live stream, and people in chat could just type like A and 5, and on this map there was like this card flipping around with one of their products, and you have to find the matching product. If you did so, like in typical memory, you kind of like scored points. We had a live scoreboard, and the guys that made the most points, like engaged the most and like were the fastest and figured it out, they got even additional discounts for this Black Friday promotion. It was all hosted on like influencer streams, so we had someone kind of like moderating the show, and the community was just engaging with it. And I think a very, very easy tactic in an environment where people want to experience engaging content, and then just use this whole thing about Black Friday and incentivize them to engage with the brand and get additional discounts in a very competitive behavior, because you can imagine the gamer, he always wants to win. Dynamic storytelling. So this is, of course, let's just continue a story. I think that can also be interesting when you think about your brand and product communication. Continue the story. You don't want to end when the person buys the product. We want to invite them to stay along with your brand. And then open world, I think that gives a lot of opportunities, co-creation of products, involve the community to really, figure it out together. They won't be mad, they actually enjoy it. Then make your brand an experience. I think we sometimes always forget that, we have this product and we have to hit our revenue targets and things like that. But actually what people want is they want to be entertained, right? And if you make that in an easy, funny way, they will appreciate it. And I think everyone here who's living in Berlin loves the BVG public transport marketing communication, right? Or like the 6 car sharing taglines they post on X and that they take out. They're really like fresh up to speed. It's that part. Add that human side to your brand and have a bit of fun also with your customers. I think that is something we sometimes actually forget, and we kind of like have to stick to the rules. But the ones who break out of it, they get a big reward back from the community. So show your human side, because humans are buying your products. And then make clicks great again. So I think especially in the internet culture environment, clicks are everything. They collect a lot of data. They keep your customers engaged. So try to engage them as much as possible. Again, in video games, if you can only progress if you do something. So if you click or like progress in the story, how can you just get inspired by that and create like a web experience or a customer journey that has these elements in there? And again, physical and emotional engagement. So whenever you, in gaming, right, you click something and then something happens and you get rewarded with like a new item, cool. But then also like if there's no interaction, there's no action happening. And it can be very easy that you have to go to checkout and just like some visual effects on the page that's just like different, I think there's some easy ways we can level that up. And who doesn't want the customers to be as engaged as this guy on your brand experience? And then lastly, rewarding. I think that's what I mentioned earlier, how swagger I feel when I have this new item in the game. Reward the customers for their actions, make them feel special, make them feel valued. Even if it's just this little newsletter, but I think there's a lot more you can do. Give them a sense of belonging to your brand, I think, is the takeaway here. All right, and then community. As mentioned, gaming has this really strong sense of community, belonging, being a community, and it can be quite scary. Like we experienced that with a lot of brands that we worked with in the last years, that how do I get into this community? Like, how do I communicate? Isn't it cringe the way I talk to them, and I'm a bit scared, like even in live content, oh my God, how do I get in there? It's actually not too complicated, because first of all, be authentic. Show the human side. Again, I say it twice. Go with the flow. It's like, don't overcomplicate the marketing communication. Right? Don't overproduce everything if you're not like Gucci and you have to look perfect. No, it can be maybe a bit not less perfect. It's sometimes better. Create an inclusive experience. In gaming, everyone is welcome who wants to kind of like behave. And I think for your brand, the trend is nowadays, don't create exclusive experiences, create inclusive experiences where everyone is welcome, and be one of them. Try it out, say hi, tap into that world, have fun, because in the end, gamification is really applying joy to your brand, and that's what it's all about. And then, the last minute, just the next level, then if you want to try so, live stream content is the real deal. That's what we've been doing for the past 5 years for brands. It is actually really fun. It is a bit scary as well, because you tap into like an uncontrolled environment with your brand, but actually you get a direct response from your potential customers who say, hey, I actually love this network provider. Yeah, people say it's bad, but I always have a good experience. But you really have to think, okay, it's unfiltered content and creators, but it also is a virtual living room for a community that has a pretty strong engagement with the content creator and the community in itself. And in the end, it's always about stories that matter to the creator and the viewers. And I think that's a cool way to create brand experiences around it. So I really hoped there was some fresh insights in there for you today. And if not, there was at least some funny images. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. I think we have one last question. We have a little bit of time, so if there's a question from the audience, let's take this one.
Okay.
Hands up. Yep, I see. I have to run.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I loved your examples so far. So is it possible to share like 1, 2 more? I saw you worked with a lot of brands. That's like small examples that work really well with gamification approaches.
Yeah, sure. We, for example, one example, I think that is make your brand experienceable, or like invite people to your brand, was we got briefed by Porsche, who wanted to. They understood, okay, in gaming there's a lot of male guys. They have an interest in tech, so maybe that is a relevant customer base in the next 20 years. They briefed us, how do we launch an electric vehicle and be relevant in this audience? And we were like, okay, what's the most boring thing in the world? It is car launches. It's just press people being there. It's very exclusive. It's not inclusive. So we flipped it around and basically invited the community to break into the secret Porsche facility in Stuttgart live, but they had to do it and unlock the car to the world, which at the same time was the press release. How did we do that? We created a live stream. It was also hosted on Twitch, of course, but people in chat it was a global stream, could through the chat navigate someone in first-person view. So we had a dude and here the camera here, and you could see the hands, and chat was kind of like saying, go to the right side. Oh, door is locked. Okay, where do we go now? And they were just controlling this person, and we added a lot of like gamer memes, and there was the security looked like the guy from Hitman, and you had to solve puzzles to really get into that were all connected to like the design of the car and the electricity. And then in the end, they got into this room that we designed. It looked like really cyberpunky, and they unlocked it, and then it was the press release. And I think, of course, that is a big, big stunt. It's a big production money that goes into that as well, but I think it's a really fun experience, how this very exclusive VIP brand that you might think only addresses like 50+ people as their customers decided, no, we want to go into this space and we just open up our brands and have the people fun. And I'm happy to share more cases we can connect.
Thank you very much, Felix. We'll have a 5-minute break now, and we'll continue with high-performance organizations. So stay tuned for that, or stay here if you want to see that. Otherwise, enjoy the free time. Thank you.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür. Okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
Dein Handy? Ist das deins? Okay. Nee, weil ich halt auch den Leuten von Express Group gesagt sehe, das ist da. Ja, genau. So, please help me.
If possible, do not seat at the stairs, because officially we are not allowed to have people seated there. So if you can manage, just squeeze in a little. I see some, yeah, okay, that's taken now. There's one more seat here in the back. I barely see something, but is standing okay? Just checking with IT here. Can they stand? Gray zone, so standing is okay. The talk is not too long. I can stand. Yeah, quite popular, Charlotte, no pressure. Welcome, everybody. It's very, very cool to see so many faces here. I was a bit more empty the last talk, so a lot of pressure, Charlotte, for your talk now. I'm very curious to understand who of you has been trying to build or is currently building a organization. Hands up. Ah, quite a few. Nice. Then looking around, who of you thinks that they have worked in highly effective or performing operations in the past or now? Okay, also quite some, maybe a little less than that. I guess it's time to deconstruct a little what it means to work in a highly effective organization, or even better, how to build one. And that's why we invited Charlotte to our cinema number 5 today. Charlotte is VP of the venture development team at Project A. Over the past 7 years, she has worked with a lot of CEOs and COOs of our portfolio companies to build up their hopefully highly performing organization until today. And just recently, she has been building up the organizations of 2 fintech companies or startups of our portfolio in Germany. So let's dive deeper into what it actually takes to build highly performing organizations. And for that, give it up for Charlotte.
Danke. Yeah, so half of the room is my friends that I gave free tickets to as like emotional support. No, just kidding. Thanks so much for coming, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. As Alena already mentioned, for the last 7 years at Project A, I've been working with more than 20 startup founders and CEOs. And in my experience, 90% of them constantly think about how to build a high-performance organization. Yet only roughly about 10% of the leaders achieve that. So what I would like to do today is to bring some very practical learnings, some very tangible best practices to share with you as a startup founder or CEO on how to build a high-performance organization and be that 10% of the leaders. But before we start, maybe let's settle on a common definition of what is a high-performance organization. And my personal definition is it's a collection of individuals that are above average, engaged, and intrinsically motivated, that as a group, not as individuals, achieve above average financial results through authentic leadership and management. But why would you at all care about building a high-performance organization? Well, to put it quite frankly, you're just going to make more money, even sustainably. Studies have shown that high-performance organizations not only achieve above average financial results like revenue and profitability, but also score significantly higher on customer loyalty, customer satisfaction, employee loyalty, and quality of products and services. As I said, I want to make this as tangible as possible. So here are my 6 observations of what these 10% have in common. They're able to convey their mission convincingly. They deeply internalize their own responsibility. They clearly articulate their expectations. They put people first. They trust numbers, and they seek help. Now let's go through them one by one. Number 1, they're able to convey their mission convincingly. And obviously for that, you need to define your mission and then to communicate it relentlessly so that people almost start rolling their eyes when you start talking about it again because you've told them so often. You can also use your mission as a guiding principle in interviews and hiring into your organization. You can also use it to relate successes to your mission. So for example, saying, by having introduced product category, the new product category, we're able to achieve X, Y, Z. You can also make hard decisions based on your mission. And we all know startup life, missions can change, companies can evolve, and that's totally fine, but your organization still needs to understand why, so they can direct their efforts and skills into the right direction even when you're not in the room. And here's the tricky thing with mission statements. People will smell the bullshit. If they don't perceive you to be authentic about your mission, they'll notice. So essentially, practice what you preach. Number 2, they deeply internalize their own responsibility. So be very clear about what you as a leader or CEO do, and maybe be even clear about what you don't do. And for everything that you don't do, find someone that does and takes responsibility and don't micromanage them. Many people wish to be CEO, very few are ready to take the responsibility. Because no matter what happens at the end of the day, your head rolls. And I know this might sound like a very heavy burden, but in my personal opinion, you need to be everything you want your people to be. So if you expect them to show up to meetings on time and be prepared, show up to meetings on time and be prepared. If you expect them to be going the extra mile, go the triple mile. If you expect them to be supportive, professional, and ambitious, you get the point. Be very aware and mindful of the extra weight that everything you say has just because of your title. Number 3, they clearly articulate their expectations. What do you expect from others, and what can others expect from you? And you can also use these expectations in the hiring process for new hires. You can also use these expectations to give and receive constructive feedback on a regular basis. Being a founder or CEO can be very lonely, but I'm sure you can find a trusted group of peers that can be very honest with you. Number 4, and if we were to rank all of these 6 observations by priority, this would definitely be number 1. And I can't stress this point enough. You need to make all things talent your top priority. So that means you're involved in hiring, onboarding, engagement, development, and retention of your organization. That could, for example, be you explain your operating model to somebody in the hiring process. You set people up for success from day 1 with a structured onboarding plan. For growth and development, you give them assignments outside of their comfort zone. You engage in constructive conflict with them. And for retention, you outline a possible career path without overpromising, and you offer attractive compensation and incentive. Essentially, you're present in the entire employee life cycle in your organization. You also create and foster a psychologically safe environment, and I know this might sound like a buzzword, but essentially ask yourself the question, what do I and my people need to bring their whole selves to work, because only then they can unfold their true potential. Number 5, they trust numbers. The most successful leaders I've seen over the last 7 years have found a proven cycle of trying, measuring, and iterating as fast as possible, because they've understood that the more often they fail, the higher the chances are that they will get it right the next time. The most successful leaders I've seen also invest into data capabilities very early on to act on leading indicators. And ideally, they also acquire some analytics knowledge themselves, because you have to know your numbers to be able to decide on the basis of facts. But no matter the numbers, you still trust your intuition and your gut regardless. And number 6, they seek help. They seek help in terms of best practices or other experts out there. Because chances are somebody has tried and succeeded in what you're trying to do. So whether that means consulting your board members, your founder community, your partner at home or ChatGPT, somebody will have a solution, or at the very least, an idea or a new perspective for you. They also seek support in becoming their best version, because startup dynamics require you to constantly outgrow yourself. So whether you need a coach, a therapist, a personal trainer, or an emotional support dog, do whatever you need to get to be the best leader for your organization. And I know you might say, Charlotte, my organization has about 500 people. It's just impossible that all of them will contribute to my vision of building a high-performance organization. And I would agree. So as you grow, I would recommend expecting the following development. So at seed stage, every person counts. 100% of your team members need to support and contribute your vision of being a high-performance organization. At Series A, with a couple more people, that has probably decreased to 75%, and it goes lower from there on. But there is one group in your organization that you cannot make an exception for, and that's your management team. Your management team needs to fully support your mission and actively contribute and improve your vision of a high-performance organization. Because only then they can role model it into their teams, and then it trickles down into the organization and it becomes a scalable approach. The motto of today's PackOn is the obvious, and I will try to convey my message as strikingly as I can, because the bottom line to building high-performance organizations is, as we say in German, the fish stinks from the head. Or to leave you on a more positive note, the sun shines from above. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. And leaving the stage with that, actually, I'm not going to do an audience question now, because we have no break after that. We have a direct transition to our next panel discussion or a fireside chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cold call Florian Heinemann. Flo, do you want to enter already the stage now? Flo will be one of the two panelists or leading the fireside chat. I can do the chairs in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. So Flo, Flo, if you don't know him, I mean, I think there's no big introduction needed here, but he's one of the founding partners at Project A. So Flo has been working, leading and advising so many different big and small companies. So if there's one common theme that you have seen, observed over the past years of how to build highly effective or performing organization, then what would you say? What is that? And I'll do the chairs at the same time.
That's good, then I can think a little bit. No, but I think picking up the thoughts that we just heard from Charlotte, I think this seeking for help, like I think this intellectual humbleness that you see, I mean, you need at least within a trusted circle of people, right? So I think obviously if you are a startup founder, unicorn founder, hopefully you need to have a strong appearance to the outside. I think that's necessary, but I think you need to have a trusted circle of people that you can open yourself up to, and I think that's essential that you are able to do that. And I would say that's kind of the common theme. People that are really good know what they don't know, and where to seek advice from. That doesn't always mean to be very open about it to like the public, but I think it's really essential to have a trusted circle of people. There can be various people, and I think that's also essential. I, for example, also seek advice from a lot of people, but I have kind of my trusted advisors for each area I seek advice on. Yeah, that can be from, getting advice on how to raise children to digital marketing. That's quite a spectrum. So obviously, yeah, you want to get, but I think it's important to have your trusted circle of advisors very really open. And I think for me, it has always been. To some people, I'm shockingly open. Yeah, so I'm very open in sharing things that sometimes also convey weakness, and I think that's okay. I think if you're a good leader and a self-confident person in a way, then that's completely okay. And I think that's the only way you can really get better. And whatever you need for it. For me, the personal trainer does it, but whether you can also have a therapist, obviously. I mean, it doesn't. Whatever works. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you for the insight, Flo. And with that, do you want to introduce your fireside chat partner?
I absolutely would like to do that. Yeah, we have John here. The people who don't know John, that's definitely a myth. Yeah, John is definitely one of the most experienced and most successful and long-standing growth investors we have here in Europe. He works for TCV, and you actually run all of the venture business now for TCV globally. And for those who don't know TCV, that's also a myth. TCV is probably, I don't know whether you're the investor with the most IPOs, but you're among the investors globally that basically has shown most IPOs or has most IPOs in their track record, probably together with Sequoia. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. And we want to discuss the difficult situation right now and hopefully make it a little less foggy. Welcome, John.
Thanks. Thank you.
Did I miss anything about, or did I misstate anything about your role at
Yeah, you probably overstated it a little bit. Okay. But it's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, we are in the venture business. You
exactly.
You have to overstate. So how much time do we have? Oh, close to 30 minutes. That's good. So basically, we want to discuss a couple of topics. If you want to raise a question that's ideally of general interest, just interrupt us. That's fine. So just raise your hand and we'll get you involved. So we're gonna thanks, John. We're gonna cover a couple of topics. First of all, let's discuss overall markets. I mean, you've obviously, I mean, the biggest activity of TCV is in the US, right? So the largest share of investments, or is it now 50-50 split?
Yeah, before I answer that, let me just say, it's great to be here. I love working with you, Florian. I've known Florian for a very long time, and we've done 3 investments together on our firms, and I think you're one of the best that we've worked with, for sure. And this conference is amazing. I had no idea how big it was. It's 1,500 people, so just really amazing to be here. I can't believe how full the place is.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, it's actually we have co-investments. That's probably also we should probably say that in Spryker, in Trade Republic, and in World Remit, or ZEPS as it's called now. So not the worst companies. So we all expect pretty good returns from that. So that's our common kind of heritage here. So.
Should I answer? Let me answer your question just quickly. So TCV has been around for about 30 years. We opened an office in London in 2012. We had made an investment in a company in Denmark before that called Sitecore. So I kind of dipped our foot in the European market. And today, I'd say we've got about a third of the people in London, about a third in New York, actually more in New York, and then actually a little less in our original headquarters in Silicon Valley. And the activity is probably, I'd say 40% Europe, globally, out of the global fund. We have one fund, and so we're looking for really kind of, I would say, blue chip growth, next generation technology companies, and wherever that might be, whether it's here, whether in the US. 90% what we do is US and Europe. We've kind of ventured abroad into Asia. We're investors in TikTok, for example, by ByteDance or Nubank in Brazil, but really more opportunistic in those markets. Really our core is US and Europe.
Yeah, and one of your core German holdings is also Flix, right? So
yeah, I've done a lot in Germany. Love this market. We can talk more about that, but actually I had a board meeting yesterday with the Flix team. They're fantastic, really one of the best teams we've backed.
So your next IPO coming up?
Can't talk about that, but I would say, they're an example, I think, of just classic German management teams under-promising, over-delivering time and time again. Huge fans. We're investors with you in Trade Republic. We're invested in a company here in Brandenburg called Brillende, one of our first investments in Germany. We've backed a company in a German founder who's now in Switzerland called Sport Radar, which is a NASDAQ-listed sport data aggregation company. We're in Spryker. Trying to think what else we might be missing. But yeah, 4 or 5 investments already in Europe, and large investments like $100 million tickets pretty much across the board.
So definitely one of the go-to persons if you think you have a larger business and you want to grow and potentially IPO. So let's talk a little bit. I mean, especially from the US, you probably have there have been first IPOs in the US with like Klaviyo and ARM, and which one did I forget? Instacart. So what do you think? It's like the IPO window opening up again, because probably also for your understanding, we need liquidity coming back in the venture business. That's right now the big problem. If you don't have distributions coming back to funds, that's not a great situation, neither for you guys nor for us. And so that's really the key. So if the IPO window opens, do you see any signals that actually happens?
It's a hard one. So we actually were an anchor investor in the Instacart IPO, and I think there was a lot of optimism around those 3 companies, and there's been others. I think this morning, Birkenstock, for example.
Not really a tech company, but
still.
but
the IPO market in general. And I think kind of a false start, feels like. I think if companies break issue like they did so quickly afterwards, it's not really that healthy for the market. That being said, I read somewhere this week, I think it was one of the newsletters, that's something like 40 to 50,000 private companies in the United States today, just giving it, that are privately funded with growth investors, venture capital investors. And by comparison, 2004, 2005, you had about 4,000, 4,500, rough and tough. And so if you think about it, there's a wall of companies that need an exit, to your point. Now, I think IPOs are only one exit. There's obviously strategic exits, and if you just look across, I think most funds are no different. It's usually half, I would say, 50-50. But we do need a kind of an IPO window functioning, open to have a kind of functioning growth equity ecosystem, in my view, or venture capital ecosystem, ultimately.
But do you think have we bottomed out on the valuation side? I mean, do you see the growth rounds that are happening now? Have we kind of hit the bottom there on the valuations? I mean, it's mainly also interest driven, yeah, and it looks like we've hit the ceiling on the interest rates. So that's, I think, pretty certain. But what's the TCV view on that?
I'll give you my view, and I think probably people aren't going to love what I'm going to say. I'd say there's a couple of things. One, the TCV actually somebody else quoted this much smarter than us many years ago. There are two types of people, two types of forecasters: those who know they don't know, and those who don't know they don't know. And I think we're kind of in the former, right? We just don't know. And I think if you just look back at, you could look at, say, any research report from late 2021. I don't think many of them were forecasting what happened in 22. Then if you look back any of the commentary in late 2022, I don't think any of them were forecasting what's happened in the tech market in 2023. So I just think we're constantly being humbled with these forecasts. So it's very, very difficult. And so you say, well, what do you focus on? For us, it's really about the micro. Head down, build a business, have customers that are delight your customer base, whether that's B2C, B2B, and then options will appear, right, ultimately. In terms of the valuation side, I think it is challenging, especially, you've been doing this a long time. I've been in this almost as long. But both of us have really been in a kind of a zero interest rate environment, right, in terms of the meat of our career. And I think when interest rates are 5%, there's just it's the elephant in the room that it's just hard to ignore. If you're, not TCV, but if you're the investors in TCV, your alternatives are risk-free or almost risk-free at 5%, or investing in something where you're locked up for a long time. The return profile that's needed for that is just going to be different. And so I think that is still not really worked through, in my opinion. I still feel there's a way to go for that to kind of really flush through the private market. I think we saw the public markets respond much more quickly, not surprisingly. And we've seen that over and over again, by the way. The private markets tend to take some more time. The difference here is, I think, it's a little bit like, if you look at, as someone who doesn't own a house in the UK, I'm always like, well, when are the property prices going to come down, right? Well, interest rates are up, they must come down, but there needs to be a catalyst, right? And I think here, what you're seeing in our world is there was a wall of companies that raised in 21 at very high valuations and a wall of capital. And so they've been able to wait and kind of say, no, we're going to be disciplined around making sure we get the right valuation, what we think is the right valuation. I think that's going to be challenging. I just think it's going to be hard to justify anything like the multiples that people thought was normal over the last even 5-10 years in a world where interest rates are zero. And obviously, what I'm going to say is very obvious, but losses out into the future don't cost nearly as much when interest rates are zero versus when they're 5%. And terminal value is very different 5 years, 10 years from now, interest is zero versus 5%. So I think that's still working true in the private market. I think the very best companies are still getting funded, but I think proof will be in the pudding when those companies go to exit. Right? Who are the buyers? What are the multiples they're going to pay? Some will get lucky, I think, with trade buyers and who've not invested in their underlying product and tech. But if they're going to go in the public market, where a lot of these companies at the size and valuation that they're raising at, I think there's going to be some surprises, because I just don't think that we're going to get back to that.
And I think that's really important to understand for any founder out there, that the discount rate you have to apply on future cash flows in this kind of environment, I mean, you're just over proportionally hit if you're a non-profitable company. I mean, we had that yesterday with a guy from Goldman at our AGM. Goldman has a very interesting index. It's the public stocks that are non-profitable. Yeah? And that was hit by 90% basically during the beginning of the crisis, and it has just recovered to 75% down of the peak it had in February 2021. So unprofitable stocks in the US are still 75% down to the peak. And he basically also said, I mean, Goldman analyzed it like all ways and dimensions, and they basically said that's the single most important impact factor on or influencer on the valuations is the interest rate.
I mean, I would actually change the discussion a little bit. Like I personally think, like the great founders we work on, if you look at the last presentation there, Charlotte was talking about being mission driven. I think the best founders that we work with, the best CEOs, are really not preoccupied with valuation. The valuation today versus 5 years versus 10 years, who knows what's going to be. they're really focused on building a great business. Like I said, delighting customers, creating a mission to get people to follow them and so forth. And I think that ultimately takes care of itself. Being overly focused on valuation, I think can lead to really unintended consequences that are quite negative. What I would actually tip my hat to is some of the founders, CEOs, who raised in 22, some when they didn't have to. In fact, we're involved in one, right? And they didn't get an up round, but actually they raised a lot of capital and gave them a lot more flexibility. And you would be, I guess, unsurprised, but when you, just how much pressure that relieves from an organization when you have just a lot more flexibility, a lot more capital to make long-term decisions versus short-term.
I mean, we also have like some aspiring founders here in the room, and the question is basically, what are the type of businesses they should be focusing on? What are the kind of areas that you perceive over the next few years there'll be some kind of tailwind? Yeah, because I think we both learned, that's at least one key learning for me, it's very hard to build a great business if you don't have, you know, macro factor or macro factors kind of helping you. Like with the Trade Republic, you had, you know, the meme stock craziness and the stock markets going up that helped them a lot. With Zalando, there was a special constellation how they became so big. So there's often external factors helping you at least to get to a certain stage. Which kind of areas do we expect from a TCV perspective to be, you know, good fields for investment over the next 3 to 5 years? Where should founders be in?
That's a really hard question. I'd say, first of all, we are really a growth equity firm. And one of the advantages of growth equity is we don't have to be on the front line around venture, which I think you're better at that, quite frankly, and we rely upon you for that. I'd say a couple of things, though, a couple of thoughts. One is most of the great founders that we've worked with have typically had either experience in an industry and saw pain points that need to be solved, or what they saw that's like massive inefficiency they can figure out, or they had some personal experience. I'm thinking of like a Nick from Revolut, where they were just so pissed off at getting gouged by the banks that they decided to make it kind of their life mission to do something about it. And I feel like that's first and foremost a prerequisite, right? I think trying to figure out, oh, this is an interesting industry, let me go into that. I think it's going to be very challenging unless you have a passion. I think a lot of times the passion is driven by some personal experience that you've had, either working there or being hurt by something. I think that's for me a prerequisite. That being said, for us as TCV, we focus on 4 categories: infrastructure software, application software, fintech remains really important for us, and then consumer as well, in the consumer/product-led growth companies. And I'd say we've been doing that for about 20 years, like that kind of breakout. And really, I don't see a lot of change in terms of the interesting companies but that are bubbling up. It's still companies that are in, for example, enterprise software. If I think about, the global economy, just large swathes of the global economy that are still digitizing. If I think about some of our best investments, like Relex in Finland, the supply chain, right? The supply chains are, digitized.
You guys did Relex?
Yeah, we're the largest shareholder. Okay. Yeah, we're the largest shareholder.
That's a great company that not a lot of people know.
Yeah, not a lot of people know.
A lot of our LPs are actually customers with Relex now.
Oh, really?
The large retail company.
Yeah. Fantastic company. Other one I would say is like Salonis. We're small investors there. Spryker together. So I think those enterprise software companies, I still think have decades to run. Things around efficiency and automation, just from a global GDP perspective. The other kind of big category that we've been successful with, and we still see a lot of opportunity, and probably easier for people in this room to kind of do, I would say, is anything around vertical SaaS. So if you have an experience in a category, whether it's in the hotel industry or Toast, for example, in hospitality, or in the legal space, LegalZoom, companies that we've invested in, those SME-focused companies that are really what we call full potential SaaS. So there's usually like a pivot point where they can get in, maybe it's payments, and they start adding other modules around that. You create real stickiness, real value to your customer base. So those kind of vertical SaaS companies remain really interesting to us. Fintech, I think, has been massively overfunded in one sense, but has a long way to go. In another sense, that might sound contradictory, but the companies we've been involved with are companies like Nubank, Trade Republic, Revolut, Zeps. They're really Quanto. They're really kind of platforms, I would say, that do a lot of different things for our customer base. I think that I think has a long way to go as well. If you just think about the percentage of the global economy that's financial services, and it was kind of 20 years late to the game relative to anybody else, or relative to other industries in terms of applying technology. huge runway there as well, I would say.
So it doesn't have to be generative AI that you found your company in now.
Well, that is, yeah. I would say
that's good.
Obviously, a very high, very popular sector. But again, we're growth equity. We spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
It's been hard to figure out how we're going to play it, given where we play quite late stage.
So you haven't put 100 million into Mistral or Aleph Alpha or something?
We've not yet. We are looking at a lot of the space to make sure that we. And one of the things I'd say about our business is we dig a lot of dry holes. We just do. We spend a lot of time in categories that go nowhere. That's part of the business.
That's quite a frustrating job to be a VC.
Yeah, but I'd say, obviously generative AI feels. I think everyone's saying it feels somewhat different. We have made a number of investments where kind of AI is used to augment human decision making. So we're investors in companies like AIDoc, which is an image diagnostic business that's helping doctors to identify issues, or helping with workflow, or helping with treatment plans. Evasort on the legal side, kind of pulling apart contracts and pulling out the key terms. Relex is another example. There's a company called Arise we invested in, which is really kind of around troubleshooting and identifying data issues around machine learning ops, so machine learning models. So we've kind of played a lot in the AI space there, but in the generative AI stuff, haven't done something just yet.
And a lot of people
Have you guys, by the way, did you get?
No.
No, not yet.
No,
Why not?
Yet. Yeah, I mean, we done quite a lot in AI per se, but more basically in vertical AI, where certain industries, you produce a certain data set on certain functions. Where basically we have invested in one company like Pactum that tries to optimize basically the purchasing processes by introducing automated negotiations to purchasing. Yeah. But that's a very specific data set, just in retail purchasing, basically, which is a huge category. The largest customer is Walmart, and the second largest customer is Target. So, but they built basically a very specific data set and expertise in one specific sector. Yeah. Gen AI, we're also a little skeptical whether that's not so much as that it will be basically very relevant, but more what's investable in that space. Because we have to invest. I mean, you are lucky in the sense that you can look at things and basically say, okay, do these guys have traction? Do they have revenue? Do kind of the lifetime values and customer acquisition costs, do they somehow stick together or make sense? I mean, we have to work with hypotheses there, and we find it difficult to find a model in the Gen AI space where you say that has on a 5 to 10 year time horizon is defendable by basically the own kind of capabilities of that startup. So Casper, like Jasper, for example, Jasper AI unicorn in the US. I would say it's almost. I would bet. Yeah.
What are you going to bet?
Well, I'll just think about. My hypothesis would be. Yeah. Sounds nicer. That this will basically turn into a tech-enabled agency quite soon and be an okay company. Yeah. But not a VC case. Yeah. That fits our kind of requirements of a power law kind of idea.
Do you think it's going to do with? I'm just thinking you're mostly European based, right? And I think a lot of VCs, I would say today, it's generative AI is kind of the first word that you hear about, the kind of most interesting topic they're looking at. Do you think there's any difference between Europe versus US versus just the kind of clustering effect that's happened there? Or
and that's the next.
You've got Mistral here, but
but I think the only company that I think would have made sense is something like Mistral or something like Aleph Alpha for us. But obviously not now, because we're an early stage investor. We would have had to pick it 3 years ago. Then it would have made sense, I guess, for somebody like us, because there, obviously, if it works, you have an outlier outcome. But you see, I mean, Mistral, the fundraising now worked well, but let's see on Aleph Alpha, because, I mean, you see that, obviously, these guys are really smart. They do a great job, but still, I mean, it's a funding race in the end. Even if, the guys are 3 times smarter than somebody at OpenAI, if you have, 500 million versus 60, that's just very difficult to beat. And I think that's why I would also say, if I invest in a company in the Gen AI space, it would have to be something on the infrastructure layer or on the model layer. And obviously the funding for those kind of companies is significantly easier in the US. One has to say that, especially in a climate like we have today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's why we're a little reluctant. That's not great, obviously. It would be great if it would would be different. But I think if you want to be realistic, that's the case. Yeah. A lot of people here are driven by the mission to make the world a better place, and that's obviously a great thing. But let's probably talk about climate tech a little bit, because a lot of money flowing into that right now. Have you done things in climate tech? Do you see, because you're also not doing hardware, I think that's also a big problem in climate tech right now, that a lot of the very interesting stuff is either very research incentive, like Marvel Fusion, that will probably still take 6, 7, 8 years until you can really see the product. I mean, hopefully it's sooner, for all of us. But the interesting stuff is often hardware, and if it's software, it often will take quite a long time. Have you done anything on climate tech so far? What's your view there?
Yeah, we haven't actually done anything in climate tech for the reasons you mentioned. I think partly or mostly because it was typically very big hardware component. We have looked at a couple of things which are in the solar space that we thought were really interesting in the last 2 years, and we're starting to see a lot more. I think, it's funny, I had a conversation on the way in here in the lobby with Fabrice from ETF Partners, an old buddy of mine from school, and he's been in climate tech since 2008. He's like, he feels like he joined, I think he said 8 to 10 years too early, but now's the time. It feels like there's a lot more happening. And so I would echo that. It does feel like it's much more on top of, and maybe I'm ignorant of the category because the investment's gone in 3 or 4 years ago or 5 years ago. We're starting to see the kind of benefits of that now, the fruits of that today. But it does feel like there's a lot more actionable opportunities, even for us.
I mean, let's see how that evolves. But I think one open question is really, what's the most efficient way to invest in that, or what's the most suitable way? What I'm not sure about, and I think that's basically also my problem here a little bit. My feeling is that a lot of the very interesting stuff in climate tech just requires longer time horizons. Yeah, so it's more like a medtech, biotech type fund that takes 15 to 20 years, and not the typical 10 to 12.
Yeah, and capital intensity.
And the capital intensity is so high that you probably also require larger funds, and you
or a fund with a different structure to what we kind of have as well.
And because I think that's what we see right now is a lot of the climate tech focused funds mimic kind of the structure that we have, like a 10 plus 12, 10 plus 2, and also maybe also for you guys to understand. I mean, how we work is we lead one round, and then somebody like John ideally comes and leads the next round based on the progress that the company has made over 18 to 24 months. And what I'm not sure about, and I think we'll see that in the next few years, whether 18 months and 24 is that enough, or whether you shouldn't be able to, and that's I think why people like the Strungmans or the Hops are so, because they don't care. Like something like BioNTech, if you have to finance it for 7 years, as long. But I think the climate tech challenge is just too big to leave it to like some private individuals. But I think we maybe have to rethink what kind of private investment vehicles are able to fund those kind of startups, because it may not be a smart idea to put it in the same vehicles as that we are currently running. Apart from the fact that it probably also requires different people.
Expertise. I mean, I told you that's kind of key, by the way. I mean, one of the things that we pride ourselves on is, given our scale, we are incredibly narrowly focused. I mentioned the 4 categories, and so to go into climate tech in a big way, I think you'd need to have someone that has expertise there, or a team of expertise there. And so that's kind of one of the other challenges for us.
Because I think that also for the audience, I mean, even the best top funds, like a Sequoia early stage investment, they lose on 50% of the investments, they lose money. So I think that's often, that's not a German problem because we're so stupid and they are so smart. That's like, a problem that in Excel or on their early stage investments, on 50% they lose money. And if you don't even have a clue of what you're investing in, that ratio probably doesn't get better. So I think that's a fair assumption. So I think that's why we really have to think about what's the best way to do this. Let's probably talk about the people that are kind of in mode, and because you guys start to invest at like a Series B typically, minimum check 25 million, 10 million. You sometimes, if you really like a company. So if right now we don't see a lot of, less growth rounds than we've seen in 2020, 2021 anyway, but also the market is still quite slow. So what do you expect from companies to see? I mean, what kind of growth rate do you need to have? Because that's, I think, an open question, because people want to become more capital efficient. So they reduce growth. That's good, obviously, but you can always, you still need to be a growth company. Yeah? And I think what people need orientation is in a Series B, C, what kind of growth rate do we need to still be considered a growth company?
Yeah. So let me maybe just put some framework on this. So I mentioned at the beginning, probably the North Star for us as a firm is we want to only invest in what we think is the category leader, right? The company that has great management team, best product driven by the DNA from the team, and then has tailwinds. Below that, there's kind of two personas that we look at, just to give you a flavor. So persona, we call it like a TCV barbell strategy. And so I'd say half is probably not as relevant for this question. On one half of what we do, the companies are profitable before we invest, right? They're kind of, we call them, they're not mature companies by any stretch. They're still growing. They've kind of won the category. They're kind of bumping along, I would say, break even. And they either want growth capital to scale, but really we're trying to convince the CEO, the founder, that we can be helpful because there's no need for capital. And I'd say companies like the Sport Radar, or companies like Relax, companies like ETQ, companies like Believe Digital would fit in that mold. The other end of the barbell is what we kind of call hyper-grower companies, right? And these are companies that do need capital, and they're typically companies that are structurally, by the time a growth investor like us comes along, really important that they're structurally profitable. What do I mean? So the unit economics, we're not making a bet that the unit economics are going to get better, right? If that's the bet you're going to make, I think it's unlikely that growth equity investors are going to invest. They're typically companies that are growing very fast.
So on a unit economics basis, that's important. Not overall profitable, but unit economics.
Burning cash burning, but structurally, exactly. And it's really about scaling up. And the companies in that category would be our original investment in Netflix, or our original investment in Spotify, our original investment in Revolut. All those companies have gone from being not profitable to being very, very profitable. And the scale is a little different. So that end of the barbell, the scale is like companies that are somewhere between, let's say, 30 million to 50 million and growing very, very fast. And the typical check size we want to invest in is, I've got one caveat at the end actually, is on one end of the barbell, kind of, I would say somewhere between 50 million to say 150, and the other end is probably 100 million to 250 million. So really kind of late stage type investing. And the dollar split for us is about 50-50 over the last 30 years, roughly. We do have an earlier stage fund. We have a second fund called the Velocity Fund, which is like a 450 million or so type fund. And that's really focused on what you described, which is if something's kind of 10 to 15, 20 type check. And obviously the revenue scale is probably somewhere between, say 5 to 25. So not really venture per se, in the sense that you'd be doing, but like kind of really, really early stage growth. That's a dedicated effort. We have a dedicated team for that. Obviously, we're one team. We talk all the time, but there's a group of 6 people that are really focused on that.
And can you give us a little bit of flavor of the growth rate that you would expect in the various stages? So structurally profitable?
The structurally profitable, I would say, I would say before this year, I would have said 75% plus. I think these are guidelines. They're not not guide rules. So really, we try to say like rough and tough, 75% plus, and then the other side, companies that are like if you're already kind of break even, you're at scale, let's say 100 million of revenue, which is obviously very substantial company, kind of 20-ish plus or minus, right? 20-ish% growth, and there's obviously other levers you can pull to drive growth. And the reason we can do that, by the way, is there's 3 areas we try to help people or help companies, and we try to partner with companies. One is really around, I think Charlotte talked about this earlier, but like at the end of the day, our company, your company, but tech companies in general, it's really about talent, right? So can we be helpful on the talent side, both with our network? We've dedicated talent people internally, both from a talent advisory, but then also actually doing the nuts and bolts of the search. That's really important. The second piece, which is probably most relevant for here, is to go to market. Most of the companies we invest in, like the companies we've worked with together, they've figured out some growth engine that really works for them. But you're not going to get from 50 to 500 million with the same growth engine. You're just not, right? So if it's like your direct sales force, have you figured out the channel partnership? Have you figured out how to work with system integrators? Have you figured out how to do indirect sales? Whatever it might be, or even just industrializing that go-to-market process. We have a dedicated team that helps with that. And then the last piece, because we're investing in companies that have typically gone through a transition from, I would say, venture world to kind of scale-up world, there's often not so much on the hyper growers, because they're still, but on the more what we call durable compounders companies, we're often helping companies with their tech infrastructure because typically they're going from either a monolithic tech stack to, which totally makes sense when you're getting started, right? It's the cheapest way to get done, to something that's more, more scalable.
But I think coming quickly back to the BC-ish rounds that we currently see, also in the portfolio, I think that mimics basically what you basically said.
That's this end, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you don't need like the 100 plus anymore, which you probably were expected to have, which then really became capital inefficient, but rather go down to, I would say like minimum 50, 75 is probably there. So, but that's still what expected of you, So, and I think that's probably a good insight.
Yeah, I mean, we might disagree on this actually, because I got to say, I never bought into the, and I actually don't think TCV did either. Like we never bought into the growth at all costs mantra. And I feel like there has been some folks did, and I feel this kind of tarring the industry. We're saying everyone bought into the growth at all costs. Just not the case. Like I feel like there was always a sense of, is this efficient growth? Can this growth be sustained? And I think the commentary I made earlier around structurally profitable growth, I think is really important. I think that's still the same today. So I don't see it being, like this growth now makes sense versus if you're doing it in an unsustainable way. I think most growth equity investors, as they unpack and they have enough customer data, they have enough customer cohorts, they're going to figure it out. I feel like that is really the key point.
Okay.
Is it sustainable, efficient growth?
Yeah. We have to come to an end.
So you try to maximize the growth, taking that into account.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So keep that in mind when you try to raise capital for B rounds or C rounds or later. Capital efficiency has become a lot more important, and I think that's probably not basically just the flavor of the day. So thanks a lot for listening in, and thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür.
Okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
Transfer machen, weil ich habe irgendwie ein Cloud-Problem oder so, weil es saved es jetzt nicht. Aber ich mache da mal einen Copy. Ich kann ja immer noch einfach auf der Festplatte saven.
everyone, and welcome to our next session in Cinema 5. I hope you all had a very nice lunch break, some good food and sunshine outside, and now you're back energized with us. I'm very excited to welcome our next speaker, Ivor, who's co-founder and CEO of the green air mobility venture Viridian, which is also part of our portfolio. Ivor will provide some insights into his experience of building up a deep tech venture, providing insights into market, the team, regulation, politics, and the market. And now, Ivor, over to you. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Magdalena. Do I dance now? Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. So great to be back in Berlin. And I'd like to tell you a few things about how we set up our deep tech venture Viridian. But of course, what I'm going to tell you should apply to any other deep tech project you might have in mind, whether it's, I don't know, biotech or whatever that is kind of deep science driven. So my name is Ivor. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I studied aerospace engineering, and I spent 12.5 years in a corporate job in Airbus before I had the insight to say, let's found a company. So I was kind of already maybe too much into the, according to some, corporate process, but I managed to jump out and get into the startup world. So what I would like to tell you today is less about tech and more about everything else that makes a tech venture either successful or just an idea. I think everybody in the audience knows you need to start with a problem. But it's very important that you really understand the problem and also the need behind. So we are in a society today where there are things like climate change and energy transition, and one of those sectors is mobility. So I think what is now slowly prevailing is that we need to electrify mobility. It's a problem statement or need. And in our case, we have a problem which is particularly hard to solve, because you're not going to do a venture if there's already a blue chip company doing it. I mean, you're not going to invent sliced bread because this exists and someone is doing it. So in our case, aviation is not so easy to electrify, make sustainable, and there's lots of people who are very concerned about it, or even taking very, I would say, militant actions to express their concern. But still, people need to travel, want to travel, especially on certain distances. Now, what is very important if you're going to do any kind of tech, project, venture, whatever, is you need to understand the physics. Yes, it's true, maybe in the last couple of years there were some visionary founders who were really good at selling their idea without really digging too much into the physics. But you need to understand the physics, because if you don't understand the physics, you have nothing. In our case, I just take the simplified equation here that says what is the driving of the range of an electric aircraft. And what you can see already here, it's about batteries, but it's about many other things as well. It's about aerodynamics, it's about weight. And for any other deep tech project, you will have to do the physics work and analysis. Now, you have passed the first gate, you have understood the problem into the depths and details. But usually anything that's rather difficult or complicated you cannot do as just one person. You need to build the right team. And for that, you need to decompose the problem further. And then you need to find people, because it's in the end it's people. Don't do ChatGTP for deep tech, please forget it. You need to find real people to help you solve the pieces and the sum of the problem. Now, here's a funny picture that everyone who studies aerospace engineering has probably seen once. If you let one discipline do the aircraft, you get something that is perfect for their discipline, but not the multidisciplinary optimum. It's just it's a sketch, but it's really true. You need to find different people who have different scientific backgrounds or engineering backgrounds or whatever your tech problem is about, and then they need to work together. So it's not only about getting the right skills, it's also getting the right mindset, character, and fit. There's one phrase that you might have heard, and I believe in it. It's culture eats strategy for breakfast. It's true. You need to have people who together form a company culture, that is then enabling them to be really successful. I think so far we are very grateful to have been doing that. So we have a team with, now it's 25 people. All of them have, let's say, specific technical background. So we surely have a core group of people who come from this business. But they're also very complementary and they're also very diverse. So we have 14 nationalities on 25 people. That's not a low number, I think. We have some age variants from 20s, 30s, 40s. We have men and women. We could do a little bit better, but we are also getting there. And in the end of the day, these are all people who are getting up every morning and say, I want to go to the project and working on it because I like it there. Now, one thing that is true for many industries, and especially ours, is rules and regulations. If you're going to develop something that people will consume, like food, there are rules for that. Or if something is a product, there are product compliance rules and regulations. Now for aircraft, there's very much rules out there. There's an old saying from Mr. Douglas, one of the pioneers from the 1930s. His phrase was, if the weight of the paper equals the weight of the airplane, you can go flying. You have to produce a lot of paper to show you comply. So before you start building a big team and spending lots of money, make sure you understand the rules. So this is just a table that shows the different categories of aircraft certification and what you need to do about it and what could be maybe the sum involved. So we talked directly to the airworthiness authorities in this case. And turns out, we had the air taxi hype for the last couple of years, hundreds of companies, some of them raised billions. The people at the Airworthiness Authority, they told us, there are people who come here with large teams and they ask us, can you explain to us how certification works? I would not recommend this strategy. So where are we in the journey? So we have a problem, now we propose a solution, we did our homework on the regulations, we have an idea for a product that we understand and we can calculate. But what is your underlying technology? Because if it's a product that is basically made up of commodities, maybe it will be very easy for someone else to compete with you once they have figured out what your clever idea is and it's easy to reproduce. What makes you successful and prevents others from catching up? Technology, but also intellectual property. In our case, we have a very simple aircraft, but the thing that's not so simple is how to do batteries in a plane and certify it. So our main innovation is the so-called battery wing box. It's basically, just to give you an idea, we have found a clever way to put batteries in a wing structure and then use material combinations that it's particularly successful in keeping in fires and things like that. You need to find your ingredient that you own, and in our case we've decided to file a patent, but there are other strategies to protect your IP. You could also publish it. Then it's also, let's say, it's out there, but maybe it's not so easy to reproduce. There are different ways, but you need to have this thought, how do I own the enabling ingredient and no one can just copy it or steal it or whatever. And once you have technology, especially if you're going for let's say, venture financing, you need to also to be able to demonstrate it in a captivating and interesting way. So I'm going to show you video. Explosions, always great. So there are many rocket startups, they usually have a rocket engine, just lots of fire. Why is this relevant for our case? We show that the material we chose, the little black plates here, they are resistant to the thermal runaway explosion of batteries. Because in the end of the day, those who will invest in your company are probably not experts from the field. So how do you convince them that what you have actually works really well in a way that they can understand in probably the limited time they have available to listen to you? So on our journey, we have found a problem, we have defined a solution, we have the best team, everyone's super happy. But we live in a capitalist world. How are we going to make money with this? This is not my slide, I stole it from the internet. You need to find a business model. And obviously, it depends a little bit if you're going to sell to consumers or if you're going to sell to other businesses. Especially if you're, let's say, very much from the tech side and you hadn't had much exposure to commercial business things. First message is, this is easy stuff. If you have a PhD in something like super tech, you will learn about business economics. I mean, I'm not want to say that this is not complicated stuff, but you have already the ability to learn new things. And you need to, because in the end of the day, this will drive more the investment that you get than the original tech. In our case, we have a razor and blade. So I'm just going to go back. The plane is the razor, and the batteries are the blade. We will replace batteries of aircraft that are out there during its lifetime, and then have the ability to have more profit margin on the battery modules than just on the plane. This is our model that we picked. But you have to do your homework and see what fits to your idea best. But now you have a business case. Well done. What about your customer's business case? If you're a B2B, you need to be able to demonstrate that with your numbers, your customer will also be able to make money and have a successful business case. Because if I'm saying, look, I'm going to make so much profit on these batteries, but my customer cannot afford to replace batteries in their plane and be competitive to other planes, they might not buy it. And what about your customer's customer? Would they want to use the product in the end? And a lot of these things you can do early on. You don't have to write a 100-page report to do a quick mental check, or even with some team do a couple-week study to think it through. And probably one main message is think through the whole thing from start to beginning all the time, and update your thinking when you learn new things along the way. What we did in this case is ask ourselves the question, people are not used to flying small planes really. So what would someone who's paying a couple €100 for a business class ticket want to expect? Well, he wants to have at least the same comfort, not less, even if they believe that flying should be green. I don't know if you know how many people buy the extra option to make their flight emission-free, but it's not the majority, I can tell you. So what we were able to demonstrate is that for the end customer, the comfort of sitting in this plane is not worse, or maybe even better than what they're used to. Now comes an obvious one. You need to think about your market, and you need to do some studies. And what I learned, and I mean, we started doing this during Corona lockdowns, yeah, so you had some time to browse the internet. In our day and age, basically every information is somewhere there. And if you can't find it, you'll find someone who will know where it is. The best tool for business for me is LinkedIn. I tell you, it's amazing how much people you can just find who know everything about your market from an economical point of view, something. Now, we established that tech is usually regulated. So you also need to do some homework on your political science. What are regulators or politicians saying, and where are they saying it? Aerospace or aviation is very much international, but there's always a national or even a regional component. Is your country somehow relevant, or maybe are other countries more important? And is this then maybe the market you want to focus on? Do you have someone in your team who speaks the language of your market? I can tell you, in Europe, it helps if you have someone who speaks the language. I mean, I'm Dutch. When we're speaking with Dutch investors, it's somehow easy. Or when we go to a Scandinavian country and we have someone in the team who's from the Nordics, we bring them. Always play the cards in your hand that you have. What about tomorrow's regulations? Will the regulations change to your benefit or to your detriment? In our case, aviation is very regulated, but also climate regulations are coming into place. Because what the politicians are saying is relevant until the next election. But in reality, a lot of binding legal things beyond that are actually known if you just look for them. So where do we start first? In our case, Scandinavian countries are very much into sustainable flight. They own the airports, they have big budgets. So maybe this is a market where we will go to. But the answer to this question is different everywhere else. Some countries are more open to new food innovations or, I don't know, medicine innovations. And then it starts to become important to do benchmarking. Can you now show that what you are promising is actually competitive? not only to your direct competitors, who is making the best razor blade, but actually the razor blade is better than the electric shaver, or not, or just growing a beard. I don't know. In this case, we're comparing to other modes of transport: trains, cars, buses, scheduled flights, and then benchmarking against cost, time, CO2, whatever you can think of. So we're already thinking in systems. Now, what about the system of systems? Your idea, your product will exist in something bigger. And most probably, unless you're, have unlimited funds and you can verticalize everything, you will have to deal with other stakeholders that influence your success. In our case, can be an airport, can be a charger, can be a green energy provider. You need to start thinking about this early on, identify stakeholders, establish relationships, and then by the time you get to the point, oh, I really need someone who does the charger for me, you already know them, and you're not blocked. Now, finally, something that any investor will like to have an answer on is, can you scale it? Sorry, the fonts are a bit messed up. So this is Germany. So first we talked about people who fly and we want to do it sustainably, but people travel with other modes. What if people who drive cars take the train? Okay, 10% takes a train now. What if they could fly? Wow. We're not limited by people who fly today. Everyone who travels on this distance could benefit from my innovation. So actually I can scale this thing crazily. And then I can show I have a conservative business case that is depending on existing markets, but if this happens, and look, McKinsey wrote about it, the upside is fantastic. And it doesn't have to come 100% true, but it shows the potential of your innovation. So in a nutshell, this is our journey. We make it fly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ivor. And I think we still have time for questions, if you have some.
Jem, you have a question.
Amazing.
Hey, of course, yeah. Thanks for the presentation, Ivor. It was great. Not the first time that I've saw it, of course, but still. So, regarding deep tech, especially in the current investment field, how do you assess getting funding for deep tech companies in this current space?
I think you have to be, excellent in what you do. And then second, you need to be able to show that you're solving a real problem, because I think there's still a lot of capital available, but it's a bit more, people are a bit more, let's say, putting more effort in solving real problems. Because, you saw 2 years ago, people with nice renderings were raising lots of money in this space, and then you can spend a lot of money on nice, even nicer renderings, and at some point you fall through. But I still am very confident if you have a real solution and you are solving a real problem, you have real credibility, you can make it. The question is it harder now, or was it too easy 2 years ago? I don't know.
That's a good one, actually.
Yes, thank you. A quick question regarding also raising in the space of deep tech. Would you rather propose also approaching deep tech focused venture capitalists, or also factor in other venture capitalists that are maybe more in the rest of their portfolio companies focused on less deep tech centric focus? So what is the value that deep tech VCs provide there, and is it worth it going to them or just anyone who gives you money, basically?
I mean, I'm officially still in early stage, so I don't have a huge track record in raising money in that sense, but we raised some money and we're raising some more. I can tell you our lead investor in the seed round was a deep tech specialist fund, but also Project A is our investor, and they, I think they are much more broad, and what helps is that Project A, and they said it last year, they have also seen, okay, we're going now away from bits and into atoms. So we want to look for tech topics. And since then, Project A has invested in many hardware topics. So let's say in general, yeah, investigate your, don't do like blind contact reach out, because that never delivers anything. But also don't limit yourself. Try to ask yourself the question, would they invest or not? And can you answer the question yourself why they should?
Great. Same question here. How do you convince then investors if they don't understand the topic? You showed a rocket. So how is the due diligence? And in the same direction, because there are not many deep tech, for example, VCs in Germany. How do you do when you say solving a problem if the product is something new? How do you build a bridge from the known to the unknown? Let's look at the iPhone 13 years ago. That was totally new. So, and we're doing spatial computing. It's totally new. So you need to build bridges. First question: how do you make something complex, deep tech, known to the VC, and then how do you build bridges from into the unknown?
Well, first of all, I don't think it matters if you're a startup talking to VCs or if you're in a corporate world and talking to your upper management. You need to be able to simplify things, always. To explain the essential and why a certain decision should be taken or not. And I don't have the magic number, but you have to practice that. Now, how do you demonstrate the unknown and make it credible? I think in our case, what we were promising was a lot less fantastic than what has been funded before us, because we have a simple plane with wings. You could also proactively answer questions that you might expect up front. And in our case, we were always super transparent in the sense if there was a question, we would answer it and explain it and show why. And at some point, if people are stopping asking questions because they can't think of anything new, you're still standing there, then probably you know what you're talking about.
Thanks everyone for listening in, and thanks a lot, Ivor.
I guess I can take it. Kann ich dann den... Ja, und ich fixiere mich dann immer sehr auf die Storyline, aber dann zum Montagabend war ich noch nicht happy und musste dann noch so was hinkriegen. Aber
wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
Yeah. Hi everyone, and welcome to our next session in Cinema 5. This session will be covered by my dear colleague Jessica, who is Head of Engagement at Project A Ventures, and she brings a wealth of experience in the area of customer relationship management, having worked with a diverse set of companies in strategic but also very hands-on execution topics. And today, Jessica will shed some light on how we can actually leverage AI in marketing automations. I'm very excited to learn more from you.
Thank you so much, Maggie. And hello to everyone. So yeah, as Maggie mentioned, my name is Jessica. I'm working for Project A as Head of Engagement. And I've been in the marketing space for over 10 years now. And my expertise is CRM. So I'm actually doing customer relationship management. And a strong part of this is marketing automation. And when I started my career, this was the first thing that I learned. So if you ask the CRM manager, they always know that your job is to deliver the right message at the right time to the right person via the right channel. And I have no clue who set this up back in the day, so maybe some important marketeer, but this is what everyone knows. And when I started, I thought, all right, that makes sense, right? We want to add value, and we all know when there's a message going out that is really not targeted to you, it's pretty annoying. But the thing is, what I've learned over the time is you have to get an awful lot right to make this happen, actually. And actually, over the last 10 years, I've worked with over 10 companies, and I was trying to nail that, but I'm still not there yet. So it's really a challenge to get this straight, and I can tell you, I've worked for Zalando, I've worked in the startup scene already before, for example, with Urban Sports Club. I've been to corporates, the Otto Group, working there with different companies on that. And I'm still not there, and it's pretty frustrating, to be honest. So I was thinking about what is actually preventing us to get there, because automation should actually help us to get it right, correct? So when you think about the process that we go through to set up automations, we always start with a trigger. So we want to make sure the automation runs and starts, has an event, for example, abandoned cart to get started. Then we think about what kind of segment we want to target. Do we need to have any exclusions, customers that we don't want to contact with that? Do we need to consider a certain behavior set on that? Also, we look into what kind of channel would make sense, also being aware of how much does the channel actually cost for us? Should we actually prefer to use it? And also there's the part where we look into the content, right? Also there, the reaction of the customer can be quite different depending on what you're playing there. And along the line, we use A/B testing to optimize it and get it right. And yeah, we let it run for a while. Then when we get significant results, we look into the performance, say, okay, this was working better. We implement it, and then we continue. But along this, there are a couple of challenges actually, and I want to focus on two to explain you what I mean here. So here's one example. I'm currently running a test, and people are laughing. This is running for over a month now, and you can see on the trend lines, it's fluctuating, and we still haven't reached significant results yet. It's below 20%. It will take time, and there are different factors that influence that. So testing can take forever, right? So we implement that, let it run, and we wait for the results. The other big problem that we have along our automations is that we base it on assumptions that can also limit the impact. Let me give you here an example. So let's talk about me. I'm using a food delivery app, and back in the days, I placed a couple of orders, and I tend to order a salad bowl. So of course, the company would say, well, she is into healthy food, so let's put her in that segment. And then I receive a message saying something like, hungry for salad, click here, get 30% off, the most delicious dish in town. And you think, well, they nailed it, right? But what if I'm craving pasta at that moment? What if I was in a diet, I was cutting out carbs and was like, yeah, now I can start eating this pasta again that I'm craving for. So what does that mean? Human behavior is not consistent. So we cannot always anticipate how the customer reacts, and therefore our assumptions might not be true in the end. So lately I was looking into like, how could we change that? And I was kind of questioning here, so what if it's a never-ending task without any limits? How can we get there? And I stumbled along a concept that I would like to share with you and show you also later, like one example of a tool that is going in that direction. So this would be a different way to process it. We still would look at the trigger, right? We need to start the automation somehow. We would generate content as the next step. And I will show you later on how that would look like, because that it's really a crucial step here. We will use that content and spread it out to all the users, and then check on the individual level how is the performance actually, and then take those signals on the preferences to create adaptive segments. So they change all the time based on the signals that you're giving back to it. And these kind of preference signals you can then use for the next send out. So it's like a loop that's always running. You set it up once, and it's continuing. So saying the content part is here quite crucial. And what we can do there is think more of components to help us really to increase the size of variance here massively. Let's take the example from before. We can here look at two components to let you see how that would work. So the first one is salad. So that is one component, it's food, and you might want to use salad, then label it as healthy food. You can try out burrito, which is then Mexican food, or pasta, for example. Then you have the label Italian food. And another component could be the incentive that is connected to that. So you can use 30% off. That might be labeled as something with a super high discount. The other thing would be speedy delivery. There it's more about convenience. And the last one is self-pickup, and you get it cheaper in the end. So maybe this is more for people that are price conscious. So based on those labels, you would then get the signals I was talking about before about preferences, because you will generate with those components a lot of different testing messages that always have this different dimension integrated in there, and then can actually send it out and see how that functions. And here is one example from a tool called EMP, how they would go about it. So you can see there are these blue dots. These are actually messages that are going out. And if we go to the first or second one actually, where I added the salad, so they would send out the message salad to me and I would not be reacting, because you can see there are no orange dots or whatever, so it's just plain, there's no engagement on my side. Then they try out the message burrito, and you can see that I'm actually opening the product. There's like a first engagement. Reacting to that, you will get more messages because there was a first engagement from the user. But you can also see I'm not converting there. So I'm not getting this dark red dot in this place. But then when they try out pasta, that's actually the point where I'm converting. So you can see there also as reaction, I get multiple messages because I engaged, I showed interest. And this is something that can be executed by an AI engine. And that was the idea that I talked about before. You have that loop that is running, that is sending out messages independently, testing out what works, what not, and adapting the segments based on that. So I think for me that's an interesting idea, and definitely something to dig further into, because that might actually help us to get it right in the end, to really deliver the right content, message, timing to the right person, and have that ideal communication that I would always like to have. So if that's an interesting topic to you, or you want to discuss any other CRM topics, feel free to scan this code to have a chat today, write me on LinkedIn, whatever, grab me on the floor. And yeah, I hope someday we get it right.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Really insightful. And I also hope I'll get it right sometime. We actually have some time left for questions. So think about what you've learned. Great question.
Microphone for the stream, please.
Oh.
Sorry. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
So obviously very interesting to see those peaks and valleys. I think the question is, are there effective ways to do the multiple testing at the same time? Because I think particularly when it comes to food choices, that can be really cyclical, right? Like it could have been that when they gave you pasta, you were interested in salad and vice versa. So are there effective ways to kind of serve two messages at the same time to see, maybe there are trends that they see in an individual over time, and like when they're receptive to certain types of offers as opposed to others?
Yeah, I think there's the beauty through AI. Of course, you would look into the individual level, right? How the person is behaving. But also you can look into cluster, right? And then understand what is trending, as you say, and consider that also in the messaging. So I think there are possibilities to get it better, right? To optimize it further. I mean, there will still be situations where you see, like the example with the salad, no reaction happening, but then the AI is learning to get it better and better. It's just a slide.
Yeah, so it's very cool how you're going trying the different offers, but is it like the engine is running based on the customer behavior and their own frequency? Because you have some customers who are going to be ordering 3 times a week, for example, and then you have customers who are ordering 3 times a year, and that's just their behavior. You, of course, want to increase the frequency, right?
Yeah.
So one question is, how do you test this? Because it also sounds like something you could do for the whole base, like this week burritos, next week we release a campaign, I don't know, pasta, the week after we do pizza.
Yeah.
But this is on a customer level, and that's the first question. How do you manage this communication? Because the frequency has to be pretty high to ping exactly the thing I am craving, right?
Yeah, I think you would also look into other metrics, right? So understanding how likely the user is to churn, if it actually makes sense to increase the frequency there, or if you have something like these kind of attribute points, is it a new user or old user? When was the last activity? I think there is kind of where the complexity comes in, where at the moment we try to do that with a segment, right? Where we take those assumptions and say, hey, listen, this person or this group of people hasn't been active for 6 months. So we lower the frequency, right? Because we assume it doesn't make sense to send them out as many messages there. That could be an approach that you test and then you try different frequencies out. But then you're doing it again in a group view, right? And not on the individual level. So therefore the AI would then test different ideas, I would say, and then understands how that can be transferred to different clusters.
Jessica, can you see the time? Yeah.
Yeah, we are over it, I think.
Okay. Then thanks everyone for listening in. And everyone, I think 2 guys had their hands up. You can also approach Jessica now after talk. Thanks a lot, Jessica.
Thank you.
So, ja, genau. Also letzte Woche ist das Oktoberfest zu Ende gegangen und damit ist ganz München krank, weil 7,2 Millionen Menschen aus einem Glas trinken, weil wir kalt spülen in München auf dem Oktoberfest. Alles gut? Also nicht die Tatsache, genau, einverstanden. Achso, ja, du musst jetzt.
Welcome everyone to our next session in Cinema 5. This session will be covered by Nadim von Hildebrand, CEO and co-founder of Mindfuel. By combining his two passions of data science and product management, he introduced the discipline of data product management. Over the last decade, he's been working with the likes of Allianz, Munich Re, Volkswagen or Red Bull in order to make them more data-driven. And now, if you're interested to learn what a data product is, and why data product management is important, I think this talk is for you. And I'm actually quite excited, so Nadim, over to you, and please rock the stage.
Thank you very much. Hi, hello everyone. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me, also from the Project A team. My name is Nadim, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Mindfuel, a startup from Munich who has explored a problem around 4 years ago, that data initiatives in big corporations don't deliver the value they're promising. So all of these companies, which just have been mentioned, are investing into data initiatives, data teams, and so on and so forth. And I've been there myself. I worked as a data scientist, and we promised a lot in the last decade to create this kind of return on investment, but we haven't been able to prove it. So 4 years ago, we started the journey to find out how we can solve that problem, and the solution have been data products. Why? Because we believe that bringing product mindset into the world of data can unlock a lot of opportunities. Why are we doing this? Because companies are collecting tons of data. They have tons of data, but data lakes alone doesn't solve them. It's not about just collecting them, but it's more about managing data actively and create insights, but then also take actions from these insights. The insights alone doesn't help. We have to create actions from them. So to continue our journey and to explain why data product management now really creates value, I want to start with an example, because this makes it a little bit more tangible. So I brought you one of our latest references. It is a premier sports club here in Europe, and they decided to establish data as a new competence within their club to leverage their commercial performance. So it's not about now the sport analysis and the sport analytics and all that stuff, but it says, hey, how can we use data to improve our commercial performances and to become more customer-centric? So instead of just building up a data lake and collecting all the data, they decided, hey, why don't we bring in data product management as a discipline and as a competence, and starting with the foundations of data product management to doing the right things to prioritize the right data products we want to build. So I had the honor to build up the team. I had the honor to introduce our framework in this case, a framework for data product management. And we have been able to develop 3 data products which have been prioritized with the methodology. And lucky enough, out of the 3 data products created a measurable return on investment of 1.5 million on an investment of 500K, just one single product, added revenue per year. So over the entire portfolio, we've been able to reduce costs by 15% of all commercial and operational costs, and we've been able to increase revenues of approximately 20% with this mindset. Now, some of you in the audience would say, yeah, okay, it was a good project management, or others would say, yeah, the PO, the product owner was really good, and he was the key who made this all happen. But this is not the case. The case is we changed the mindset. So what we did is we combined two worlds, the world of data with the world of product. So quick poll for me, who works in any kind of data-related function? Is a data guy, girl, VP, reports to a VP data, works at a data? Okay, who works in an organization who has this kind of team? So having a data function or a data organization or something like this. So the guys, you go there, okay, good. So we have exactly these two worlds. We have either the business side of the house and the data side of the house, and we have to work somehow together. And we did this in the past. We did this in the last decade by building something we call use cases, data use cases, or we build up data labs or data teams or whatever to show the feasibility, how good we can build something with the data. Now, the beauty of product management is we start from the other way around. We start which outcome do we want to produce for our user, our consumer, our customer, and then thinking the other way around instead from the technical side, from the business side. And today, I would like to give you some insights about what is data product management. I would introduce this discipline, like companies like Bubble or HelloFresh. I've been on a panel this morning with these guys. They already established this function and this role of data product managers. Then we will briefly discuss the definition of data products. So this has been a super trending, fast trending topic. Everyone who has ever heard about the topic of data mesh, this was a thing now which has been driven through the village, also die Sau durchs Dorf treiben. And another thing is the whole topic about value management, because one thing is implementing the discipline, but the other thing is also how can I manage the value actively then. Discipline, welcome. I think number one, we have to change a mindset. We establish a product mindset within a data organization. So those who are working in a data unit, welcome. We change your mindset today. For those who are working cross-functionally with data teams, invite them to change their mindsets and help them to transform from a technical perspective into an outcome-driven perspective. What does this mean? A problem statement I hear very often, or I heard very often in the past, is that the data product owner or the product owner is the bottleneck of the data organization. Because this guy is talking to the lines of businesses, or this guy or girl, sorry, he or she talks to the lines of businesses. He has to manage the backlogs. He has to talk to the stakeholders. He has to make sure that the budgets are there. We have to make sure that the team is properly set up. So this person, at the end of the day, has a lot of responsibility to doing the things right. POs in the room, any product owner, so thanks to you. You are those who are making things possible. I know the others develop, but you keep a track and an eye on everything. And the moment you have more than 2 product teams to manage, you are really busy. And this brings you in a position where you are separated between 2 worlds. On the one hand side, you have to make sure that the teams are delivering, so doing the things right, while another thing is doing the right things. And product management, whoever has been familiar with product management, is exactly this principle, doing the right things. We have in digital product management, 3 dimensions: viability, desirability, and feasibility. And through our explorations in this field and all our research, so we've done research now for the last 4 years while developing our framework, we've been able to extend this in a new discipline called data product management with a 4th dimension called datability. So what does this mean? Number 1, viability. Is the product we want to build, is the product we're building viable in terms of a business perspective? Do we have a business case? Is business case solid? Can we fulfill on the business case? Desirability, the underlying need of the customer or consumer. So it doesn't make sense just to build anything. We have to make sure that we're building what the customer truly wants and what the customer truly needs. Capabilities from designers, from from people who are really working in this field of user experience can explain the methodologies behind that. Feasibility, I think we're all used to that, working in tech industry. Can we build the product from a technical perspective? Do we have the right, technologies at hand? Do we have the right models, and so on and so forth? And then the new dimension, dataability. Is the data good enough? Because a data product can only survive if the data is good enough. So whenever we have data, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can build the data product, because we have to ensure certain requirements, so that prerequisites that we can build a product out of this data. So these 4 disciplines combined is the new term of data product management. And the core message I would like to share with you today is, in product management, we're distinguishing between doing the right things versus doing the things right. And a product manager has the accountability for selecting the right things. So product management is not product ownership. You probably in scaled organizations heard that there are always a close collaboration between these 2 roles, so it must be in the data world. In the data world, we have data product managers ensuring that we have a kind of overview of all our portfolios and our initiatives, and ensuring viability, desirability, feasibility, and datability. Then, data product is not data product. This morning in my panel talk, I explained already there are different categories of data products. We come to this in a second. Whoever has heard about the topic of data strategy? So data strategy, exactly. Data strategy is a discipline where you think about a lot different dimensions before you're actually establishing a data organization or a data unit. There are things like, how does my tech stack look like? What about data governance? What about roles and responsibilities? How is my data organization set up? What about my strategy, my entire business case for my data unit? So you build once a data strategy, you continuously develop it then, but to be able to build data products, you have to extend your data strategy through the data product component. Datability is a new dimension, and portfolio management as a new discipline. Portfolio management is a topic, we will come to this just in a minute once again, but you can imagine every one of you maybe has a portfolio for any other kind of asset class. Maybe you have a stock portfolio, and you're trying to manage this in to distribute the risk among your portfolio and maximizing the portfolio. Same thinking in data product management. And last but not least, value management. We have to ensure that we bring in the right products which are creating the maximum value out of the data we're having. So takeaway, data product management ensures that we're doing the right things to maximize data success. Number 1. We will summarize this at the end once again, so we will come to this. Number 2, data products explained. We have to clarify what a data product actually is. So the problem which I faced, we've interviewed 100 data experts in our research, and we've got 100 different definitions for a data product. So we talked to SVPs, to head of data, chief data officers, AI and analytics officers, CDAOs, whatever you want to call them. We asked them, what is a data product? And we got a different answer. After 2 years of trying to find a 1-sentence definition, I gave it up. And I said, okay, data products is not a 1-term definition, it's a category. Why? Because there are different clusters to build these data products. And to explain what data products are, I need to do a little excursus. The excursus is the data value pyramid. Who has ever seen that? Okay, good. No worries. I will explain it briefly. We have real world. We have the real world we all live in. And we have to digitize the real world because we have to collect data. Who knows the Thermomix? Yeah, thank you. Now a few hands go up, you know. So my co-founder and me, we've been working a lot with Vorwerk in the past and last decade, and the first step we did is we digitized the device. We connected the device to the internet. We collected the data from there. But the data which we are collecting from the device is not data we can use for analytics. It is raw data. So the next step is we have to process this data. We have to clean it, we have to transform it. We have to make sure that out of this data we generate information. Based on the information, we generate insights by analyzing this information. So step 1, 2, 3, all of these 3 steps are very cost intensive. So you have to invest to get to these insights. And 99% of the people I know in the data world forgetting about step number 4, acting on them. So you can only unlock the value from data when you act on these insights, and that you make sure that these insights are used for your business process, for your product, for whatever you want to unlock this value. So this pyramid is very important to understand when we look on the definition of data products. The only technical slide for me, the only technical slide today, I take you through. On the left side, we have the traditional definitions from the data world before product management. So either we have data technology, data sets, analytical use cases, or digital products. So to whomever we talk to in our interviews, we ask them, what is a data product for you? And we found out, then if it was a very technical person, for example, the head of data was an architect before, he explained us that his platform is the data product. So his Snowflake with dbt combined bundle, where he provides microservices in a domain-driven architecture, is a data product, and his customers are data scientists, engineers, and all that stuff. So this was his definition of a data product. Then we talked to more engineering and data engineering savvy people, and they said, you know what? The data sets we are extracting and we are transforming and we are cleansing, these are our data assets. Or in the data mesh book, whoever knows about this from Samak Degani, you say data as a product. And this is one classic category of a data product. When you talk to people who are working in this engineering field, they're saying, hey, we're providing you clean data sets, and you can use them, you can consume them, and you can share them among different departments. So here are our sales data and our marketing data. In my example here, we have an e-commerce store, a furniture online store, and in this case, it would be the buying history, cleansed, prepared, so that you can reuse it. You talk to CDOs, mainly they said, hey, we have here a use case. A use case is either a dashboard or a machine learning model, and this is my data product. Because I'm producing this dashboard, my customer is the VP of sales, and the VP of sales gets this report, BI dashboard, for example. Or I have my CPO, and my CPO wants to integrate a recommender in the platform. So the analytical product is the recommender algorithm. So the next best product recommender algorithm is a data product for him or her. And last but not least, there are CPOs out there saying, you know what, my platform is so data-driven, we are so data native, we integrate AI directly in our software development teams. So we're working cross-functionally in the software development. So my entire platform is the data product, which we then classified as smart products. So what we found out, whoever we talked to, when we explained these 4 categories or these 4 types of data products, everyone felt understood because they say, yeah, this is for me. We're talking about data assets, or we talk about analytical products. And there's an internal hierarchy in there. Or the buying history data lies on the Snowflake dbt platform. It goes into the next best product algorithm, and the next best product algorithm is integrated in your furniture platform. So there is a hierarchy within these 4 categories. Whoever works in data, I hope it sounds with you as well and makes sense for you, because when we know that these are our categories, then we can start thinking about how can we create outcome based on the type of data product we are building. So data products create outcome for its consumers, and therefore products and therefore produces business value along the way while you're managing these products. So thinking as a CDO now of the sports club, my job was to talk to, in this case, now one of my lines of business colleagues, example VP sales, and I asked him, what is your business opportunity? What can we do for you? He said to me, hey, if we can help me sell or generate 500 more leads per month, we know that we can increase our revenue by 18%. This is what the business line of business says. Now my job as a data product manager is look at this business opportunity, think in my data product categories, and design a product which meets these business opportunity needs. And this is exactly what you're doing as a data product manager. You're trying to build products facilitating the outcome of your customers. And this is principle of data product management. How do you measure this? I think it is interesting to see that we are now combining two worlds and bringing together two principles. You are only successful if you can quantify the value contribution from these investments. So you need something we call value management, and this is quite tricky because we have a problem statement here where we say, from a tech perspective, my model increases by 3% accuracy, while your business stakeholder says, I expect an average of 200 euros per user. And the question is, how do you bring this together? So, and this comes exactly by this mindset of product management, understanding that these 200 euros per user is the business opportunity we want to fulfill. Now, how can we map the outcome or the output of our product, for example, of our recommendation algorithm, to drive this KPI? And again, your PO is busy in managing the backlogs and ensuring that they're doing the right things. So this is an own competence. This is a daily work. So at companies like I just mentioned, HelloFresh or Bubble, they install data product managers to truly work together with the lines of businesses to find this kind of mapping of business opportunities and analytical products, to ensuring that we are building the right products to unlock this business value. So when it comes to measurement, data product managers are accountable for this value measurement approach. They have to identify the business opportunities in the lines of businesses, and they have to build something we call business lineages and metric trees. So you can imagine there's a mapping between any kind of business opportunity on the left side and your overview of all your data products on the right side, for example, in a portfolio view. And now you can say, okay, these three little data products, so my buying history data, my algorithm A, and my model and my dashboard B, with these three assets together, we can unlock a business opportunity of, for example, 6 million euros added revenue. Or in my example at the sports club, 1.5 million euros added revenue. And this was a methodology approach. This was a mindset. And we validated this like a business case. And then we built the product. And with this approach, you have something we call value management as a core competence in the discipline of data product management. And by using this approach, you can imagine that these kind of, for example, metric trees or business lineages become very broad. Because as a product manager, my job is to not unlock only one business opportunity, but several business opportunities from my lines of businesses. Example, we have a churn algorithm in our portfolio. I'm the head of data again. And we built a churn model for department A, marketing department. They wanted to have a churn prediction model. Super important. Now, sales comes along and says, hey, we would like to see what are our most valuable customers which we should retain. So I take the same model and try to adapt the model so that I can unlock both opportunities. Because marketing says, hey, which one should we campaign after? And sales says, give me the customers I should focus on the most. Business opportunity on the right-hand side, 2 million euros. Business opportunity on the left-hand side, 6 million euros. And one algorithm can nurture both opportunities. Believe it or not, it works. Why? Because we've been so confident in this approach after a few years that we are put all our stakes on that and build a SaaS platform as Mindfuel to give you this overview and this transparency. But before I show you something around that, I close the topic of data product management with the following 3 takeaways. And I hope in this 22 minutes I was able to transport this to you. Data product management ensures that we're doing the right things to maximize the data success. It's an own competence, own discipline. Number 2, data products create outcome for the consumers and therefore produce business value along the way. Third, business opportunities are key to quantify the value from data products and to measure their business impact. And if you, at the moment you establish this mindset and this discipline, you will turn the needle, and the data or the chief digital or chief data officer, whoever is responsible for that, gets a seat in the board and gets a seat at the table there. I've done it, I've seen it, and this is Emmy, the dog of my co-founder, and Emmy presents you Delight. It's a portfolio management technology, a SaaS application, which helps data product managers all over the world already to really prioritize, manage their portfolios actively, see the value of the portfolio, what is the overall revenue, what is the overall cost savings we can generate with data products, and help them to prioritize the right things. With this being said, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Thank you so much, Nadim. And yeah, I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions, if you have them. Maybe. 1 question.
Thank you. Very, very interesting, the panel and the talk. I'm a product manager and I work with a data scientist. How much technical knowledge would you recommend to have as a data product manager versus a regular product manager?
Very good question. I think it is not, you don't have to be an expert. So you've seen the four dimensions of data product management. Like in product management as well, you're not an expert in all of the 4 dimensions. You just know how to know to communicate. You understand what they actually want to say or how to translate their language into the business language. You don't have to study statistics. So maybe, however, what we've seen is that data product managers typically arise from one of the 4 fields. So either they have been in data and decided to do more business, or they've been in design and decided to do more like variability stuff, or they've been in business and said, okay, we want to do more data-related stuff. So data product management itself is not a competence you are from day one, but you come typically one of those 4 fields.
More questions from the
You were talking about data success. Could you define that a little bit more? Because I couldn't really grasp what that means.
This is a very good question. I think it means to, what are your strategic goals? I mean, the success is very broad, the term itself. What it typically means for our customers is they have strategic goals from a business perspective, either from a strategy roadmap or whatever, or there's a company strategy or something like this. They break this down by OKRs, for example, and have then OKRs as their business direction, and this is what they want to achieve. Now, data success means how much contribution does data, in terms either of your data team or really your data products, contribute to achieving these strategic goals. So if you have a key result and your key result says, hey, we want to increase the sign-up rate by 8%, and we can map one of the data products, an algorithm which supports these 8%, then we take this contribution from the algorithm and call this the data success. And try to make it as measurable and transparent as possible.
Thank you so much, Nadim. And thanks a lot for listening in. We're now moving over to the next talk. Thanks a lot.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür. Okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
Having worked with a diverse set of our portfolio companies, Jana, an expert in growth marketing, and Marie, focusing on sales strategy and sales transformation, will provide us with insights on the 5 key fundamentals every commercial organization should consider in their sales and marketing alignment. And with that, over to you.
All right, welcome to Cinema 5, and also welcome to our session, the Sales Marketing Alignment. Number, what is it? 642? Okay. Hi, my name is Jana. I'm the head of demand generation at Project A. And I quickly introduce myself in a few words. So the role of head of demand generation Project A, I support on an operational level all of our portfolio companies in the areas of demand generation, surprise, it's like B2B marketing, but also like growth topics and marketing automations. And because I support them quite operationally and heavily, today we want to discuss like our learnings, what we generated in our projects together on the marketing side and also sales side. And for that reason, I hand over to my sales counterpart and sales colleague, Marie.
Thank you, Jana, and thanks, Maggie. So my name is Marie. I'm a senior consultant in the sales team at Project A and leading our sales squad, so to say, within the sales team. I have been with Project A already since quite a time, 3.5 years now, and have been working with several portfolio companies from different industries and business models, right? And as Maggie also said already, focusing mainly on sales transformation projects, sales engine projects, strategy and processes. And Jana and me, we have been working together on quite a huge sales transformation project. Maybe you have been sitting in the talk from Georg and Raul, the change management project, or the 6 truths about change. And we have been part of that huge sales transformation project where we also came across the topic of sales and marketing alignment, which is why we are today going to talk about it. And might be very obvious, right, what we are going to talk about today. And I assume you have been sitting, or this is now number 642, right? Talk of sales and marketing alignment you have been sitting in, but this time it will work. And we will talk about the 5 fundamentals that every commercial organization must implement. So since we're coming out of the commercial sales space, so to say, we're going to do a bit of qualification if we have the right audience in this room today. So think about your sales and marketing team if they agree on and align with the following questions that we are going to show you. So first question, do we agree on how we make money in our organization? Very simple, right? But think about if your sales and marketing team align on and agree with this question. Second, do we have aligned processes in place when it comes to sales and marketing processes? Third, do we have aligned KPIs and also use the same definitions, terminologies when we talk about KPIs? And are these KPIs set in accordance with our revenue targets? Fourth, do we have accurate data? Do we have transparency about our data? Are we able to analyze our data? And fourth, are we able to act on it? And last but not least, do we have the right structures in place on how we keep track of our targets? So how do we monitor our targets? And if you can answer all these questions with yes now, you're more than happy to leave the room. If not, then please stay here. And I think we can provide you with the fundamentals every sales and marketing alignment team should talk about.
But you can also enter the room if you
please come in. Okay. That was a message. You should stay outside. Great. So how do we, in general, actually assess our portfolio companies when we work together with them, right? We use kind of like that framework where we're looking into different buckets. First bucket is the strategy bucket. Second, org structure in general. Enablement. Do we have the right people in our organization, and are they enabled enough, right, to do their job? Do they have the right capabilities? Do they have, I don't know, whatever it is? Do they need some training, coaching, whatever, right? We look into processes. We look into data, what matters here. We look into the tech stack, obviously. The management, how do we do things on a daily basis? And then last but not least, departmental intersections. So be it sales and marketing, be it sales and product, sales and customer success, sales and operations. What we are going to focus on today is the strategy, processes, data, tech stack, and management bucket, because we are convinced that these are the most important topics, right? Every sales and marketing organization team need to be aligned on. And they need to talk about it across all levels, right? All seniorities. So be it your CMO, CSO, your head of marketing, head of sales, growth marketing manager, talking to the regional sales managers, right? So across all levels, they need to have the same understanding of strategy, process, data, etc. Handing over to you, Jana.
All right, thank you. So we're talking about the first bucket, it's strategy. And to also make this a little bit more entertaining and easier to digest, we are sharing like really examples what we experience also in our projects, in our NGSM, Next Gen Sales Marketing projects. So the first bucket is strategy. And strategy is basically, a surprise, is the base. It's basically like the fundament. It gives us the direction in there the entire team's operating into it. And accountability and responsibility lies at C-level. So this is like something what C-level has to set. We need like alignment of, okay, which market we want to target and what are basically like the revenue targets for each market. As soon as we have defined the markets, we go like one layer below. It's like talking about go-to-market strategy. And go-to-market strategy always come along with product market fit. Like, do we have the right product? We want to bring the product to the right market. And for that reason, we need also a common understanding about who is basically our market. And the product which we are bringing to the market is really like solving the problem of the market. So check. Go-to-market and strategy understanding. So we go like one level below. Now we know which kind of market we want to penetrate. We need to know who are the players in the market. Who is our ICP? ICP is like ideal customer profile we want to target and where we think, okay, we can generate revenue with it. From an ICP, we can then derive a persona. Persona is like a buying persona. It is, for example, someone who is like the decision maker in a company, B2B SaaS company, and we know we want to address this person because we know the likelihood that this person is buying from us is really high. And then around this person, we are forming our messaging and our positioning, and then basically shooting with our campaigns on this person. And this like definitely, we need like this entire alignment on the sales side, but also on the marketing side, of course.
Right, so let's talk about processes. Again, very obvious, right? But is your sales and marketing team aligned on how each other kind of like does their business on a daily basis, right? Do we know how marketing is actually generating these leads? How marketing is actually like routing these leads to the sales team and also scoring these leads? Of course, right, we can all like automate these processes, but marketing and sales need to talk about that. They need to sit together and kind of like define this process together and kind of like break it down into funnel stages. I think, right, very obvious, very clear, but have you done that exercise together with the sales or with the marketing team? Writing down these stages. So first, be aligned on your, let's call it lead and opportunity funnel. Second, you also need to make sure that the roles and responsibilities are clearly defined along the lead and opportunity funnel, so the sales and marketing funnel, right? What we do, and actually we kind of like try to showcase this a bit, what we do together with our portfolio companies, right? We really sit together, kind of like define these funnel stages, then make clear which role is actually responsible in which funnel stage, and also writing down what are the tasks in that stage, what are the action steps in that stage, what is the entry and what is the exit criteria, right? When you move on from stage to stage. So clearly defining the roles and responsibilities along your sales and marketing funnel. And then third, we need to make sure that we have clear information flow and handover between these funnel stages and also the people, of course, right? So let's take the example, and I think many people in this room and maybe also some portfolio companies we have been working with, right, would agree, Georg, would agree, right, that the marketing team is kind of like complaining, right, if the MQLs are laying around and nobody's picking up from the sales team on these MQLs, right? So we also need to make sure that we have a proper lead follow-up process in place, right? From a sales side, we're calling it, you need to have a proper qualification methodology in place, right? That the salespeople pick up the sales accepted lead at some point and then start working from there, generating sales qualified leads and then moving on into the opportunity funnel. So third point here, right, when we talk about process alignment, we need to make sure that we have a clear information flow and handover between funnel stages as well as people talking about it.
Yeah. Also a bucket where the most fuck-up potential lies in.
True that.
Okay. All right. Next bucket. Bucket number 3. It's a data bucket. And it is surprisingly, it's interesting, like there are so many different definitions about a MQL. And like in every company you come, basically there's another definition of MQL. And this is like also like for us, for example, when we jump between the projects, every time we have to ask, okay, what is your definition of an MQL? And we are also doing this exercise not only like when we go to new projects, we also want to basically like tell all of you here in this room, do this also once in your teams. Like do this with the marketing and sales team and ask them, what is your definition of an MQL, SQL, SAL, etc. to basically have like this common definition of terminologies. And then in the next step, you can also then talk about KPIs, because like some people might not know what a conversion rate is. And I think like this exercise is really good in the beginning. Very obvious, but very helpful. So as soon as we have like a clear definition about these terminologies, we go like to the next big exercise. And I think like this was maybe, I think it was a very fun part. It was a very fun exercise we both did. We've done like this common reporting and dashboards. So how we did it. Basically, we had in the end like 3 different kind of dashboards or reports. We looked at it. We had the top-down report. This is like something from strategy. We know, okay, we want to penetrate this market. We know this is like the target revenue we want to generate in this market. That means like calculating top-down. What does it mean in terms of order intake? What does it mean in terms of how many opportunities we have to generate? How many SQLs you have to generate? And then calculate everything top-down until we have like the last layer, let's say, for example, MQLs. And then we've done like a second calculation, is like the bottom-up forecasting. Based with our current budget and resources, like manpower, but also money power, we have in our teams sitting in marketing and sales. We've done the calculation in the other direction. And then, surprisingly, there's very often a delta between bottom-up and top-down. And the delta says, okay, with this budget right now and with these initiatives, you're not able to generate the button or the final target in the end. And this is like when like the third reporting and dashboard comes into place, which is the demand gen plan. And this is basically like the heart and brain of the entire exercise. And with the demand gen plan, we are now trying to cover this delta. We try to cover this gap. And this is like something now, bullet point number 3, where we align as a team together our demand gen initiatives. And that means like we are sitting together and think about which department, sales, marketing, is able to basically like fill up this data in the most efficient way and with the budget we have, or do we need run to C-level and ask for more budget, which would be the easiest part, right?
All right. So fundamental that you need to implement, number 4, tech stack. So again, right, very basic, but what do we need to think about when it comes to tech stack? Again, the sales and marketing team need to sit together and implement what we defined beforehand. So our lead and opportunity funnel, right, that now needs to live in our CRM. And important note here, right? It's not only the sales CRM, but it's also the marketing CRM. And those two systems, right, need to like speak the same language, and we need to have the same data in both systems, so to say. Take a concrete example here, right? Our Salesforce system, CRM, like the top of the notch CRM, right, on the sales side, needs to talk to the HubSpot marketing CRM, right? And we need to make sure that these two systems are properly integrated. So this is the first thing you need to think about, align on, and implement on both teams together. Second is you need to make sure that you have accurate data in both systems. So mainly then hopefully, right, you're looking into the sales CRM, and we need to make sure that we have accurate data here. Accurate data, like one typical example, right, which again, is kind of like a fuck up in many projects, right? Are we looking at the same like lead sources? Are we able to track back where these leads, MQLs, are coming from, right? Because in the end, we want to make sure that we can report on like each channel, knowing which one is performing the best. So data accuracy, we need to make sure we are looking into accurate data. Then second, we need to make sure that we also have transparency about this data, right? What does that mean? So just naming maybe the 4 most important KPIs that every sales and marketing organization should look into when they look at the sales and marketing funnel, right? So the lead and the opportunity funnel. We need to make sure that we know what are the conversion rates from stage to stage. Second, we need to make sure, like, how many leads do we have in each stage. Third, we need to make sure what is actually like the deal value, right, of each deal. And then fourth, we need to make sure that we know like how long a lead deal is in each stage, which is then, right, the length of the sales cycle in the end. So we need to make sure that we have transparency about the data that is living in our CRM. If we can ensure all of that, right, then third, it is very important that we are able to now analyze our data. As what Jana said, right, we have set up that nice demand gen plan, for instance. And then we're sitting together on a weekly basis and really like start talking about these topics. So we're sitting together, we're analyzing our data that we are now looking into. And then we also need to make sure, right, if we analyze the data, that we also like react and act on it. So now we want to make use of the data. I think, again, right, very simple, but do we really do that? Do we sit together with the marketing team? Do we really like discuss, right, you have generated that amount of MQLs on a weekly basis, right, coming out of that channel, and then look into it, right, where we are at, target versus plan. Jana will talk about that. And then really like act on it if we see a delta here. And do we talk about like lead quality on a weekly basis? Do we talk about, right, what sales has to say about the MQLs from marketing side? So this is then really like the last point, right? Analyzability and actionability. And we and our like dear Raul created that acronym ATAA, which you can use, right, in terms of like data accuracy, transparency, analyzability, and actionability that you need to look into when you look at your marketing and sales funnel.
For all the people who don't know who Raul is VP data, not data, sorry. This is what I want, VP sales at Project A.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, last bucket, management. And this is definitely like not the holy grail, but this is like something what we can recommend you, what we could see in the practice, what is going to work. And it's basically like, communication is key, surprise. And we have this kind of different meeting cadences or frequencies. So we have like on a very operational level, on a weekly basis, the demand gen fix, where the entire demand gen team, we call like all the channel owners, or the people that are responsible to generate demand, come together in a meeting and talk about actuals versus a planned numbers or data. And this is like also with a demand gen plan. is like really in focus. It's like the core of this entire meeting. We all sit together, we have someone who's moderating the session, and then we go through every channel, and then every channel has to present the numbers. It's like numbers of MQLs coming from inbound and outbound initiatives. It's also costs. It's like the lead quality is okay, so it's like the lead converting from the one level to the other level, and then they will discuss about it. And with this one also identify challenges. Then another recommendation we have for you is the monthly sales and marketing alignment, which is like a strategic meeting. And this is also where not the entire operational team comes together, because like this is going to be way too big. But like on a strategic level, people come together and also discuss about, okay, do we still focusing or following the strategy we put in place? Like, do we still run in the same direction, basically? It's like also, okay, how far are we running next to behind target, or are basically do we hit the target? What are the achievements, and which kind of big campaigns can we plan for the next few months? For example, trade shows or something like very popular in B2B marketing. And then of course, like outcome of this going to be is like, again, marketing and sales alignment, sales pushing information into marketing, like for example, giving advice and messages, challenges and needs. So. And with all this being said, now we come to an end and we wrap it up. And something what I want to say before we now go through all of these points, PACON initially has been created as a conference from operators for operators. And Marie and I, we are quite sure that this was like nothing super new, what we discussed here right now. It were like some kind of obvious advice. I mean, like, we did not come up with this topic of the conference, right? This was, I think it was Rainer Berak's idea. So, but it's like an obvious, really obvious advice. But in every company we have been so far, there is no one who's like following basically those obvious advices. And what we can see is like when you start implementing it and following it really, then you're not going to see like a very short-term solution or effect, but in the long run, you definitely see like a huge impact. So. Let's go through it. You want to add something?
And maybe I'm going to jump in now, right? And that also kind of like sets the basis for your, let's call it, revenue engine, right? Like if you have these 5 fundamentals properly set up, right? Marketing and sales talk together, you're also kind of like setting the basis layer, the fundament, however you want to call it, for your scalable revenue engine then.
True that. All right. So first one, wrap it up, strategy. We need to agree on how and where market you and or we need or make money. We want to make money like that. So second one, processes. Aligning your processes and funnel design. Definitely sure. We need to pass the lead through the funnel. Then data. Define terminologies, KPIs, align on demand gen activities, following or paying into this kind of KPIs. Then fourth, tech stack. Ensure like a smooth tech stack. Data needs to flow, system needs to talk to each other. The sync behavior must be set up to ensure data consistency and accuracy. And last one, management. People need to talk, especially marketing and sales, to have like this super powerful partnership in the future. All right, thanks, that's it. I hope that was interesting for you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of PACON.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jana and Marie-Therese. We actually still have time for 2 questions. There's the first one. I need to pass the microphone.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about what's the benchmark or what goal you set if you look into the pipeline or into the opportunities active. How many of them should be sourced of the individual sales, and how many of them should be sourced through marketing and other channels? Is there any benchmark for B2B SaaS companies or any B2B company?
Well, should I? Well, being brutally honest, right, I can't come up with a benchmark here, but what we normally do, right, when we test out, for instance, like this is the certain budget and we agreed on, right, marketing is going to generate inbound leads, right, and marketing is coming up with a certain budget, and they are then saying, right, the rough estimate of MQLs that we are going to generate in that channel is XYZ. And then, I mean, on the sales side, right, we also agreed on this is somehow our revenue target. And then we do kind of like that mathematical formula along the whole funnel and saying, right, we only have that number of MQLs, for instance. Let's test out outbound, for instance. So sales also needs to get like active on that and kind of like self-screen outbound MQLs. And then you're like coming up with a certain number here, if that makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to add something. Like when we're talking about leads, we have to also be like very honest. Leads are nothing else than people, right? So people are our target audience, and there are like also differences in, okay, how do you want to address, like how do you want to be addressed, right? There are different kind of like conservative, for example, companies that really like more familiar or fancying like direct one-on-one communication. And then there are others, they're like, okay, please leave me alone. I cannot do any cold calling. I'm more like a digital person, and they are better targeted via, I don't know, like digital campaigns, etc.
Thank you.
Can you see the time?
5 seconds.
Okay. Then we are good for now. Thanks a lot for listening in, and thanks a lot to
Thank
Jana
you.
and
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the last session in Cinema 5. I'm quite excited to welcome Emma Peters from YPOC and Jack Wang from our Project A investment team to the stage soon. Both will discuss the key economic and governance parameters for future fundraising rounds from the perspective of a VC fund. And with that, over to you.
Hi everybody. I'm glad to see so many people found their way here. My name is Emma. I am an associated partner at YPOC, a law firm, a law and tax firm, focusing on the VC world. I myself specialize in M&A and VC transactions, so I advise both investors and startups, companies on transactions, on financing rounds, acquisitions, joint ventures, exits, and everything that lies in between, so also like normal corporate matters. And I'm very glad to have the opportunity today to talk with Jack, who is an experienced investor, yes, and leads Project A's investments on the hot topics, deep tech, media and gaming. And as has already been introduced, thank you very much, we're going to talk about deal terms in general and in 2023. So the obvious and maybe the not obvious things from a VC fund perspective. So Jack, thank you for having me, and thanks for being with me here. And would you like to say a few words about yourself?
Sure. So I'm a software engineer by training, which makes me literally probably the worst person from a legal perspective to deal with. Ever since corner cases, it doesn't really matter. And yeah, so I also look after deep tech and gaming, which also, again, not the most, governance-related things. But I did have, fortunately or unfortunately, about 2.5 years of gross investing experience before I came to Project A 2 years ago. So I've been in venture for about almost 5 years in total. So in my gross investing days, there was a whole lot of legal deal terms, stuff like that, right? So that was a really good learning curve. Prior to that, a couple years in product management, financial analyst, software engineering, and so forth. So basically, I look after all the geeky stuff at Project A in terms of investing, which is great for me. That's what I care about, right? So yeah, that's the summary. Please.
Thank you. So before we start talking about like important deal terms and current trends, and maybe have some questions from the audience later if we still have time, I would like to take like 2 minutes and speak a little bit very general about financing rounds, just assuming that maybe not everybody in the audience is involved in financing, VC financing on a daily basis. Maybe at this point it would be quite interesting to hear like your backgrounds, a little bit about your record. Maybe raise your hand if you are an investor.
If you're a founder, if you're an aspiring lawyer, already a lawyer? Are you billing us for this, guys? Or like what?
Hi to my colleagues.
Just kidding.
Okay, good, interesting. So, I mean, basically, most of you, I guess, have had some contact or very much contact with financing rounds, but just for those who don't, maybe also those who are watching online, what is a financing round? So, a financing round, in a financing round, new equity comes into a company, and so, unless it's only internal one, do also new shareholders join the company. And a VC investment is a long-term investment, for a minority stake, usually a minority stake. And the investor aims at getting return not through dividends or something, but as you all know, the magic word, through an exit, and the proceeds deriving from it. Usually that's the sale of a company or sometimes an IPO. When a financing round is put together, often several investors join and they put forces together, and one of them, the lead investor, is the one who is then negotiating the deal terms. And the key terms of a financing round are then for the first time put down in a term sheet, with most of the aspects touching upon economics or control issues. So that is all put down in a one page or maybe a few more pages, but very shortly, and lawyers like me then put this at some later stage into the long form documentation. And yeah, so much about the basics. Let's speak about the deal terms now. And yeah, as I already said, if you have questions, please remember them and keep them in mind, as we will be happy to discuss them a little later. So, Jack, maybe let's start like from a general point of view. What are the most important deal terms from the VC fund?
Yep. So the investors mostly know this, so this is mostly for the founders, folks. When you get a term sheet, if you ever decide to take even investment on, which most times you don't have to, because you actually build a pretty successful businesses without VC funding, or funding in general. But if you do, an investor says, hey, we want to be your lifelong partner, probably even longer than that, potentially. And they said, here's a term sheet. Founders should usually look at this term sheet with two different perspectives. The first one is essentially economic value, so the valuation, dilution, those kind of stuff, right? Which is not the core of this session, but that is one frame of mind. It's saying, you know, is this business being valued to what I perceive as a fair value? So that aside, the second part that's left over is essentially what we call control governance, which is basically just how much power the investors, plural potentially, or the lead investor at least, will have on the governance, the corporate rights, things like that to do with your company, right? So those are things, apart from valuation, apart from dilution, things like board seats, potentially, things like founder vesting, like how long does the founder share vest themselves? Do you actually get the upside? Things like good lever, bad lever. So if you were to quit the company magically one day for bad reasons and, you know, to get anything, or like understandable reasons or good reasons, to get anything, things like that. More commonly so, especially in growth investing rounds, talk about in-depth sort of liquidation preferences. So what are some of the downside protections for investors here? And keep in mind that most venture capital funds, us included, don't really make money from the downside. It's usually the upside. But that is more sometimes when you get to the later stage, that is more of a peace of mind for the sort of later stage investors, right? And there's other things like, you know, voting rights. Sometimes the founder gets a bit more and so forth. So these are generally the key things that you'll see in a term sheet that's outlined, sometimes explicitly, sometimes implicitly. There is a range of market standards generally for these things with venture capital as you do go along. But roughly that's kind of the layout and the separation between economics and then governance and control.
Yeah, thank you. One more thing before we go into the terms themselves. Let's take a look at the situation now and maybe compared to 2021 when the market was at peak. What would you say when you look back and you look at today? What has changed, or like on a more general perspective, what has not changed maybe, although it was expected? Has raising become more difficult?
It definitely has. And then ourselves as well, and most other investors in the market are spending the right amount of time on due diligence, whereas back then we probably spent a little bit less as well, in the sense of just the amount of competitive pressure and capital in the market, the caliber of founders building as well, right? So the markets, as you know, economically, I'll explain to you, things are very, very different. Raising is significantly harder, depending on the category you're in. But things like sustainability, generative AI, buzzword, alert, resilience, we have a panel there as well about this. So those areas are still kind of coming up and still fairly new in the world. But some other categories are, for example, grocery stores, right? Those are generally harder to fund. I'll say, though, from a very early first round of capital pre-seed, seed stage, the biggest change that is noticeable is probably the fact that pre-seed rounds are back. They kind of disappeared for the better half of 2020, 2021, early 2022, when a group of very high caliber founders could have just come up and said, hey, we want to start a company. Most mainstream VC funds say, great folks, here's 2-3 million for a seed round for your wonderful PowerPoint deck and an idea and a great team, right? So that's, you know, valued at 15 plus potentially. In today's economy, mostly these folks tend to go raise a pre-seed round, usually about 1 million, 1 point something maybe potentially, sometimes from institutional investors or pre-seed funds, sometimes from family friends, sometimes from professional angels. I'm sure a lot of folks here are as well. And that could be done on a safe. So you don't have to go through this wonderful legal process. You sign a very small contract and say, we have a future promise of equity, but let's just go. So for those things, you don't need a lead investor. You don't have to set actual terms. It's very popularized by Y Combinator in the US. So we see a lot of that happening. It's basically adding around in the very beginning before the seed round. So that was there back in 2018, 2019 very commonly, and then sort of suddenly disappeared. And now it's back, which is honestly probably a good thing, because a lot of folks, founders especially, also get more capital, just de-risk and play around with their ideas a lot more.
So yeah, we can probably also confirm that it would also, like a convertible, that's what we usually
Saves convertible is very similar instruments.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it also postpones discussion about valuation, might help nowadays. And so what you also said, I mean, what I got from you is that the funding momentum has slowed down, apart from the hot areas. One of them is your area, AI, deep tech. And what I also hear from you, that you spend more, maybe more time on due diligence. You go deeper into the topic. That's what we also hear from many other deals and from investors and companies, that the time stretch, it's just taking longer, the financing rounds to close. So I think that's also for founders, if they plan on financing, it's something that you have to consider in your runway planning, that you need probably, at least when the term sheet when it's in the term sheet phase, that's when the lawyers get into it. You probably need twice the time. That's what I'd say, twice the time that you used to need like 2 years ago. And that has to be included in the runway planning. Would you say that, like thumb of rule, two times the time that you used to need
so
for a financing round?
Roughly the time to term sheet has increased by maybe 50%, give or take.
Yeah.
And the post-term sheet is a little bit longer, about 50%, give or take.
Yeah.
The variance here is mostly around probably pre-term sheet, actually. It's just that simply there's the companies we're speaking to on average are less competitive, and then we can actually take a little bit more time to get to know the founders a lot more as well. And this goes both ways, right? So it's a relationship of trust. I also hear a lot of stories of founders taking money from investors who they later regretted taking money from, because they turn out to be not so nice people, right? So this is both ways. So a bit of both.
Okay. So now to the terms, a bit more a deep dive. So what we see is a lot of discussion regarding economics, i.e. on the topics of liquidation preference. Keywords would be multiples, maybe even participating liquidation preference, and around hedging the valuation of the round, so down round protection, anti-dilution, milestone investments. What kinds of variation do you see, and which are outliers, which are not common?
Yeah, so in the market today, at least for pre-seed, seed, Series A, and sort of early Series B is kind of where Project A plays. Largely that hasn't changed, and it definitely has not, keyword not, become any predatory sense of the word. Everyone is still largely doing non-participating, which means that, either you get original money back, or you get upside, as or, not and, or. Other, the participating means and, right? So it's the or. And usually 1x liquidation preference, right? So if things goes wrong, then ideally the investors, or the last round of investors, get their money back first. So that hasn't really changed. That's quite normal. What we have noticed, though, sort of around Series C, D, so pretty late stage stuff, actually, especially for those categories where there's a high level of capital intensity and a high level of execution-based operating. So literally like 15-minute grocery store is a great example, right? Potentially scooters as well. So those type of growth rounds have recently came up with sort of maybe 1.5x liquidation preference, sometimes 2, depending on the financial state of the company. And largely the reason for that is because those type of like sort of late growth, mid to late growth type investors needs to consider the exit opportunities for those companies a little bit more realistically than, not realistically wrong, but like sooner than we need to. Because, you know, when we back a company at pre-seed and seed, it will take 5, 7, maybe even 10 years, right? That's the lifetime of a fund. But when a growth fund do it, the expectation for that company is probably within the next 3 to 4 to maybe 5 years. Which means that if you look at the macroeconomic market today, where interests are high, stock market's getting a lot better, it's still struggling, but relatively struggling, it's getting a lot better. IPOs is not as common, corporates are short on cash, so maybe M&As are also low. So given those kind of factors, they had to think about, okay, what if, you know, this company doesn't exit as fast as we hope that it does out of our portfolio? What if they don't raise the next round of funding, or they struggle a little bit to raise at a lower valuation? So things like that tend to make him be a bit more conscious of the downside of their investment, which is usually in the 50s to hundreds of millions, as opposed to us, which is, you know, up to probably 10 million. So that's a range and variety of sizes.
So what I wonder, as you said, as exits are maybe like further away, or might not end as high, if there's an exit, might not be as high as expected. I understand that the late stage investors hedge their money and hedge like to get via even more than 1x liquidation preference to get even more back than their investment has been. What about incentivization of founders? Have you seen any? So what I would think in these stages, if you still want to incentivize founders, management to work towards an exit, and then you have like a high liquidation preference, and so founders might be afraid that all the money has gone before anything gets to them. Have you seen any ideas about like different incentivization of founders, let's say exit bonus, stuff like that, so they are still incentivized to work towards this exit even though the expectation is a little lower?
So this is always a tricky case. There are often cases where founders, when they raise a couple of flat rounds at a later stage, because honestly the company needs the money to just sustain itself through this sort of low period, right? And that's quite normal as well, so don't feel like that's a bad thing. It's very normal. That every time the founder raises something like that, the founder gets diluted quite a bit, right? So maybe 20%, 50%, depending on the stage. There are cases where an investor will come in, or maybe early growers or mid growers, and say, hey, we think the founder has just too little equity for him or her to stay motivated. In which cases is a bit of a negotiation with the founder, of course, him or herself will want more stake in the company, right? But then it's a negotiation with everybody else in the cap table, or the investors of the company previous to you, to say, hey, can we give the founder a little bit more to stay motivated? In return, of course, the investors themselves gets diluted more, so they own less of the company because someone has to move. And that is sometimes based on the competition of the round, of course. Like if there's only one potential lead investor for this round, then that person or that party has a lot of the power in this case. Sometimes very competitive, maybe it's not a case. And maybe the founder will also pick based on that, him or herself, to say, hey, I want this fund because I get a bit more, right? So those are probably the most common things where the founder just gets a bit more equity. Some of the other things we can kind of play around with is the vesting schedule of the founders, right? Sometimes say, hey, like, we could potentially let the founder vest his or her shares a little bit more when we invest, but stretch out the remaining of the shares across a longer period to make sure that founder has a economic upside from day one, but also that he or she stays with the business ideally throughout the next, at least until the next funding round, but hopefully more than that, right? So at least usually like 2 to 4 years. So those kind of levers that you kind of tend to play with if you can, or if you need to, sorry.
As a side note, this would still mean that money comes, it drops down the waterfall to the common shares. But yeah, as I mentioned, exit bonuses, for example, wouldn't.
That also thing is if you, you could always incentivize. So sometimes depending on the company, and this is, you know, again, sort of very high execution, high capital raising types of companies, so raise a lot of money, valuation suddenly crashes, and if the company was to be sold today, the later stage investors will get their money back first, and then really what's left over is not enough for anybody else, and that includes potentially pre-seed seed investors like us as well, along with the founder. So generally, which is a good point you raised, the more money you raise along the journey of your startup, the more incentive your earliest investors is aligned with you as the founder, basically.
Yeah. Okay, maybe one more thing before we are like 5 minutes left, maybe for questions if there are any. One more thing, do you also see changes around governance aspects? Yeah. So we have the feeling that maybe in the crisis, many, like the discussions in a crisis, very ad hoc, you need to sit at the table as an investor to be, usually at least, to have a powerful voice. So we could imagine, and we see sometimes that investors now are more keen on sitting at the table again and having board seats or maybe at least observer seats. Do you also see that, or would you say not so much?
So early stage, the sort of pre-seed, seed, Series A, honestly, no, not as much. Even ourselves as Project A, we're, I say, relatively flexible on that, just because at that stage of the company, your relationship with the founder means more than whatever's on paper, right, for the better part. At the later stages, yeah, and that's partly because of the downside protection, as we mentioned before, but also because there's just a lot of uncertainty in the exit markets later on. This is again 7 to 10 years from now, right? So who knows when. That at the moment they're not doing that many deals. So honestly, the investors have a lot of time on their hands, and they kind of invest that time, which is a good thing, into their portfolio companies, right? So officially, you may or may not. There's no exact distinct trend that people want more board seats, but now you get a lot more time from your growth investors, which is again not a bad thing. Yeah.
So they pay more attention to their companies that they already have invested.
Hopefully not a bad thing, guys. So,
Should, otherwise we get back to what you mentioned. You chose the wrong investor probably. Since we have not so much time left, maybe we take some questions, if there are any. I see over here.
Yes, I think here we had the first question. Hello, Jack. We actually met in London 2016, Imperial College London.
Yep, you went for Accenture then.
Yes, and good memory. Anyway, so my question, and then I did different things as well. So anyway, now interested in founding again. So my questions are, firstly, at the beginning, there was this key term about vesting. I want to know usually how it works. And I guess maybe we've also seen some people are really great creator, but not necessarily like the managing, like good at creating, but not so scaling. Maybe they want to go to create new things. Have you seen this, and how could it work? And secondly, maybe a little bit about the founders and founders team's financial side. Of course, founders shouldn't be motivated about the founder salary, but I feel it shouldn't be a demotivating factor.
So the vesting is the easy one to answer, which is if you ever join a startup, it's the same thing, right? They usually put you on a 4-year, usually 4 years, with a 1-year cliff. So basically, for the first year, nothing vest. At the end of the first year, you get 25% or whatever percentage it is, and then a remainder tend to vest in like a linear fashion, monthly, half-yearly, yearly potentially as well, right? So that is common from startups to when I was looking for Amazon, had the same thing for my public stocks. So it's a very common trend. The idea there for founders is the same. It's saying that, hey, like work with the investors, stay with the company. The protection there for investors is really, especially early stages, we invest in you, you quit a week into it, don't feel like it anymore, then we're stuck with the company and no visionary, no founder behind it, and kind of the founder took all the equity away as well, potentially. So there's more of a downside protection in that kind of sense, but realistically, what's left in early stage startup if the founder quits, there's honestly not that much in the grand scheme of things, right? So again, it's just more for the incentives to align over a period of time. Now, when the next round of investors come in, they might also extend that vesting potentially to also create an incentive, so it does stretch out a little bit. The second question you asked, I wasn't sure about the creative bit, I'm sorry, but there is creative-based startups out there. Gaming, for example, which I look at a lot, that's sort of investing in movies, basically. It does happen.
Question. Okay, clarifying the first question also. I didn't mean like founders found something and then quit really fast. Sure. It's more like a couple of years, and then they realize this is a stage of scaling, and then they want to bring the managers. Yeah,
that's fine, perfectly normal. The third question was like the salary and compensation for founders. So basically the days of eating like instant noodles and ramen when you're a founder is over. Haven't seen that for ages. Delicious, high MSG, but you know that shouldn't. Those days are very over. We see founders usually leave like pretty reputable places like Google or OpenAI or something like that, right? Somewhere fun, and then have a comparable, maybe a little bit lower, but comparable salary that his or her lifestyle isn't impacted. Because what we don't want is founders distracted by, oh, I can't afford my mortgage, while starting a business. That's exactly what investors do not want. They want them to be comfortable and focused on their business.
I think over there was another question.
Yeah, we can do maybe one more, maybe two more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So hello, I'm Thomas from Share. My question is a follow-on question on the incentivization of the founders, and I look specifically into the ESOP for employees.
Yep.
So if we have a situation where there have been several down rounds and the ESOP incentivization for the employees is underwater because of the liquidation preferences, how is the current way of dealing with this to incentivize the employees, not only the founders?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I'm going to think about it for a bit. Do you know?
No, I mean, so far as I've seen it, there has not been a solution.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically the truth. I mean, as I said, I mean, but an exit bonus, that was why I mentioned the exit bonus as one instrument that would allow, even if the ESOP, maybe management might also be ESOP incentivized if it has already, the founder has gone, for example, from the company. In later stages might well be the case, that to incentivize those, but this is probably not going to be a solution for every employee.
I would say if you could ask the latest down round investors to buy some of the ESOP from the employees, at least give them some cash and some like just hope, right, of financial reward in that sense. Might not be pure upside, but they get some cash and they'll say, okay, maybe there's another round of this coming in the next 2 years. I think it's not a solution, it's a signal, if that makes sense. Yeah.
One more?
Yeah,
one more.
What
do you think?
Sure. You could just speak, I think that's fine.
The audience won't hear online.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, thank you for everything. I just had one question about the founders. Now, you were saying that you want to keep them as long as possible and incentivize them to stay, but how often do you experience this, that you actually say, I think this was the creator question, that they want to create something that you say, actually, we don't want you anymore. Can you please leave? Does that happen at all? I mean, surely not in the first 1-2 years, but then later when the company becomes like a beast and they are the early creators, does that happen in your life?
It does happen. I mean, we are, I guess, sorry, me personally, I'm an idealist. I would love to believe that it's that person's passion for a long time. Yeah. There are certain cases where the goal, the skill set, the capability of the founder simply, the company outgrows that person, him or her. It just happens, right? That person can be trained, maybe do MBA or something like that if they wanted to, but it does happen, especially from this creative, technical background type of companies. There is cases of external CEOs. It's not uncommon, but it's okay. It's no problem there. What is important is that usually in those cases, the founders tend to stay on the board as well, as more of an advisory, potentially even chairman type roles. We also see some founders just simply want to, for example, famous person Steve Wozniak just simply wants to play with the tech and nothing else, right? And him or her is happy with that. We have a couple of those cases in our own portfolio companies, for example. In those cases, I would usually say then start the company with a complementary team, that you have someone who's want to at least be motivated on the managerial level for probably at least 3-4 years. But there is external CEOs, that's okay, it's perfectly fine. By late stage Series DE, like a lot of companies actually do have external CEOs because you can just hire someone better than yourself to do that stuff, and that's okay as well, right? So it gets more and more common the later stage you go, as you expect, exactly as you expect.
So if you say out of 100 companies where you invest in seed round, 7 years later, how many of the founders are still the CEOs of those companies?
Transparently, I've only been a VC for 5 years. 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10. Rough guess, very rough guess. Yeah.
But maybe just one addition, because I don't think it can also be that the founder wants to leave. I mean, you touched upon that.
No, I didn't say you
exactly.
It
sounded like
sometimes it's like
exactly.
both sides
Usually it's
do the same
mutual.
thing.
Usually
just
it's mutual,
wondering
actually.
about the tendency. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks.
fine. The growth angel investors wouldn't. The later stage you are, the less of an issue that becomes, and sometimes more welcome actually. So yeah.
So as we have to send Jack to another cinema soon, I'm ending the session now. Thanks a lot for your questions, for listening in, and thanks a lot, Emma and Jack, for today.
Thank you.
Thank you. just follow Jack. It's over, yeah.
Dann bis demnächst mal wieder.
Dann auf jeden Fall viel Erfolg morgen und eine bessere Nacht als gestern. Die Nacht an sich war ja entspannt, bis es dann aber erstmal dazu kam. Oh super, perfekt, dankeschön. Guti gut. Dann, falls wir uns nicht mehr sehen, hat wieder Spaß gemacht. Gerne wieder. Cola Chips. Bis dann, ciao, ciao. Ja, Jürgen, dir auch vielen Dank. Ja, gerne. War, glaube ich, jetzt nicht zu herausfordernd. Naja, es war schon herausfordernd, aber wir haben sie einigermaßen. Können Sie noch was einpacken? Soll ich noch die Kamera einpacken? Oder? Ja, also du magst es vielleicht schon mal abkabeln oder so. Ja. Vielleicht gleich noch einen Abbauschuh. Ob es so ist. Ich bin jetzt halt raus. Ich muss gleich meinen Zug nach Bremen kriegen zum nächsten Job. Ach so, echt zum nächsten Job. Ja, nicht schlecht. Von AVM. Ja, schön, heftig. Wie lange geht es dann? Na, heute zur Anreise. Aber es geht also schon mal um 5:30 Uhr los. Deswegen halt heute Abend schon anreisen. 5:30 Uhr, nicht schlecht.